Dear colleagues, please be seated. We will start in a minute. Dear colleagues, I would like to welcome you to this meeting of the Standing Committee in the sunny and beautiful La Valletta, and I wish to express my sincere gratitude to the Maltese authorities and personally to Honourable Angelo Ferrugia, Speaker of the House of Representatives of Malta, for organising our gathering and for the exceptional hospitality which we experienced here. Last week, I represented our Assembly at the Ministerial session in Luxembourg, an event that concluded the presidency of Luxembourg in the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. There I was fortunate to witness two important events. First, I participated in the ceremony of the opening for signatures of the new Council of Europe Convention for the Protection of the Profession of Lawyer, which was immediately signed by 17 member states. Then I was also present at the moment when the formal process of establishment of the Special Tribunal for the crime of aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine had been initiated. These are, of course, two quite distinct events with different legal and political implications. But both have one thing in common. They were both conceived in our Assembly, born from the debates we held in our hemicycle, resulted from our political courage and creativity. And this is clearly, dear colleagues, a sign that our Assembly is not a chatterbox that produces meaningless paper tigers, but our work matters, and it often leads to serious results of considerable political importance. This is a sign of how a dream can become a reality if there is a political will, courage, and determination. I believe that this sign of how relevant of our works remains and how appreciated it is must give us a serious encouragement to carry out work as a number of urgent and highly pertinent issues faced by Europe and the entire world is truly impressive. The need to restore peace in Ukraine and bring justice to all those who suffered consequences of the horrible Russian aggression clearly tops the list of issues to be addressed. Our Assembly pursued very actively a serious accountability agenda, which already brought about tangible results. But we must not rest and must continue to support the development of the comprehensive system to deliver peace based on justice. This war that Ukraine wages now for our common values reminds us that democracy and peace are not established once and for all as we might have believed after the end of the Cold War. We must strive to uphold them each and every day continuously in all parts of our continent and beyond, as we can see that they are now more at risk than ever. We see authoritarian tendencies emerge and trust in democratic institutions erode. We see misuse of fundamental rights and freedoms to subvert our institutions and undermine values. We see the growing impact of AI, social media, and other modern technologies on elections and other democratic processes. We see the spread of the post-truth politics. Therefore, we must multiply our efforts in reversing these trends, and in that regard, I strongly support the proposal of the Secretary General to develop the new democratic pact, to which I'm sure our Assembly will make a serious contribution. I also welcome the Maltese presidency of the Council of Europe that started last week, is committed to addressing this democratic backslide, and I'm particularly pleased to see that this will be done through fostering active and meaningful engagement of the youth in democratic processes, creating avenues of participation of young people in public life, and developing mechanisms for effective communication with young people. This priority of Malta is perfectly consistent with our own priorities, and it offers great opportunity for developing synergies and working together. This is crucial as two concrete deliverables, new convention of the Special Tribunal I mentioned earlier, could only become a reality when the Assembly, the Committee of Ministers, and the Secretary General acted together in a concerted manner. But before closing my initial remarks, what a speech that would be have I not referred to the continuous war in Gaza. We all know how it started, and we have many times in our hemicycle condemned the Hamas terrorist attacks. It was one more tragic incident in an ignited for long place Middle East. Humanitarian aid is needed where innocent people are losing their lives. If you have time later today, dear colleagues, I urge you to turn on your TV in your room, watch BBC, and wait for the children frightened because of an attack on Gaza's European hospital. This is one more war that we cannot pretend it is not existing. Dear colleagues, today's agenda includes an exchange of views with the Honourable Ian Borg, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Tourism and President of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. We will then hold a current affairs debate on the need to ensure the survival of Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, and a debate on the role of parliamentarians in safeguarding investment in human rights and democracy amid rising military expenditure. We will also adopt an opinion on the draft third additional protocol to the European Convention on Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters and discuss a report entitled Expenditure of the Parliamentary Assembly for the biennium 2026-2027. As customary, the Standing Committee meeting will be followed by a roundtable organized in collaboration with the delegation of Malta to the Assembly. I encourage you all to participate in this roundtable entitled Seen, Heard and in Charge, Our Role in Actively Empowering Young People. Now, without further delay, I would like to welcome the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Dear Speaker, thank you so much for welcoming us in the beautiful city of Valletta today. Recently, you declared that the European Conference of Presidents of Parliaments organized in Strasbourg on the 20th and 21st of March that with an ever-changing complex environment, it is crucial that we strengthen our synergies both within our continents but also beyond to ensure that democracies of today and tomorrow are well equipped to navigate new realities and respond to the ever-evolving needs of its citizens. You also underlined the role of national parliaments and interparliamentary assemblies as they serve not only as platforms for representation, but also as guardians of human rights, democracy and the rule of law in this endeavor. I could not agree more. Thank you so much for your support, dear Speaker, as we strive to combat the democratic backsliding affecting our European societies. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, President, dear Theodoros, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Tourism of the Republic, and also, of course, Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, dear Despina, honourable members of the Standing Committee, Excellencies, distinguished guests and friends. It is with great pride, humility, and profound sense of institutional and political responsibility that I welcome you all in Malta for this pivotal meeting of the Standing Committee of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. This occasion, hosted on the shores of a nation long familiar with diplomacy, encounter, and resilience, is of both national and continental significance. It embodies Malta's unwavering commitment to multilateral dialogue, democratic resilience, and the shared vision of the European united continent, not merely by geography, but by its enduring values. We gather here at a particularly momentous juncture in our national and regional histories, as Malta proudly assumes for the fourth time the presidency of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. Under the steadfast leadership of my good friend, Honourable Ian Borg, our Deputy Prime Minister, Malta recommends itself to the ideals that have long underpinned this Council, that is democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, as you stated very clearly. This presidency, however, is not merely ceremonial. It is a call to a conscience, a call to action. We live in a world beset by crisis, armed conflict on our continent and our doorstep. You mentioned Gaza. Of course, this is clearly very evident. A dangerous erosion of the democratic institutions, disinformation, masquerading as truth, the shrinking of civic space, and the growing normalization of hatred in political discourse. So we are living in such a time. The mantle of leadership is profound in each and one of us to defend the institutional and moral architecture of our democracies. From Malta, we envisage a presidency grounded in authenticity, guided by principles. And we propose a presidency that listens to the voices of our peoples, respond not with the fleeting ease of populism, but with the strength of principle, and places human dignity at the very heart of European policy making. We envision the presidency championing stronger protections for democratic institutions and marginalized groups, particularly in member states where political freedoms and judicial independence are increasingly imperiled. Deeper engagement with civil society organizations to ensure that participatory democracy remains robust and meaningful. The advancement of children's rights by defending their dignity, nurturing their potential, and placing their best interests at the heart of its efforts. Unwavering support to people suffering from war, injustice, and systematic violence through principles, political stances, and meaningful cooperation. And the last and not least, the thoughtful rejuvenation of the Council of Europe, ensuring it remains not only relevant, but transformative in the face of digital disruption and the shifting of the geopolitical and social landscapes. These are not abstract ideals. These are born from Malta's own national journey. In recent years, our parliament, which I preside, has achieved concrete progress across multiple democratic fronts in close alignment with the principles and mission of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. We have undertaken clearly significant constitutional reforms, particularly strengthening the independence of the judiciary and aligning with the Venice Commission recommendations, reinforcing the rule of law. We have reinforced the office of the Ombudsman, expanding its role in upholding good governance and administrative justice in accordance with based resolutions on institutional checks and balances. We have also introduced robust and anti-corruption legislation and partly financed transparency measures that mirror PACE emphasis on ethical political conduct and accountability. We have strengthened the whistleblower protection laws, echoing PACE advocacy for safeguarding truth tellers within democratic societies. We have also ratified and implemented the Istanbul Convention and Lazarus Convention, actively supporting PACE's ongoing efforts to protect women and children from violence and exploitation. We have also adopted forward-looking media freedom policies, including mechanisms to curb slaps, promote journalistic integrity, and protect investigative reporting, allowing PACE fight for press freedom and public interest journalism. We have also passed progressive civil liberties legislation, such as the ban on conversion therapy and recognition of gender identity, reflecting PACE commitment to IQ plus rights and equality before the law. We have advanced gender equality initiatives, addressing PACE priorities through legislative quotas, leadership inclusion, and anti-discrimination enforcement. We have also ensured inclusive education and rights for persons with disabilities, implementing the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities principles, in line with PACE resolutions and inclusive democratic societies. We also have spearheaded climate legislation and sustainable goals which respond to Parliamentary Assembly's call for climate justice and intergenerational responsibility. And we have also promoted a robust Mediterranean and migration policy, that upholds international humanitarian law, human dignity, and shared responsibility. All these principles long championed by PACE. So, within the Assembly itself, Malta has maintained a very active and principled delegation. Malta's representatives have taken on roles as rapporteurs for high-impact themes such as the rule of law, human trafficking, electoral integrity, and gender-based violence. Our representatives have contributed constructively to the work of the Monitoring Committee, the Committee on Migration, Refugees, and Displaced Persons, and the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights, so providing clear, values-based input on difficult dossiers. So our parliamentary diplomacy has helped position Malta itself as a credible bridge between the East and the West, the North and the South, especially on issues of neutrality, migration, and the Mediterranean as a shared space for peace, echoing PACE's mission to promote inclusive pan-European dialogue. And as Speaker of the House of Malta, I have insisted on the moral and procedural integrity of parliamentary practice. This year in Strasbourg, I addressed the Assembly at the Conference of Presidents of Parliament under Theme 3, the violence against politicians, a theme that tragically echoes through the corridors of our modern democracies. Violence against politicians is not a partisan issue. It is a democratic emergency, a very emergent issue. As I said then, and I quote, "It is not merely an assault on the individuals, but an attempt to dismantle the very institutions that uphold the rule of law, representation, and justice," close quote. So this violence wears many masks, from physical assault to online harassment, from threats to family members, to the silent but vicious art of character assassination through misinformation. And while all suffer, it is women in politics who bear the disproportionate brunt, facing not only politically motivated abuse, but also gender-based campaigns of intimidation designed to erase their voice. In Parliament, I have ruled against hate speech, defended the right of reply for private citizens unfairly named underprivileged, and advocated for responsibility, dignified political dialogue. The Maltese people know the cost and know clearly the cost of silence and the value of standing up. Each year, we call it 7 Junio, the 7th of June. That was the day when the Maltese are remembered for the bloodshed they had to have for dignity and democratic representation during when we were a colony in 1919. It is this historical consciousness that underpins our sense of institutional duty. And it is the same consciousness that shaped our nation's commitment to neutrality, enshrined in Malta's foreign policy since 1970s, following the withdrawal of all foreign military bases in Malta, all of them. We chose to offer not detachment, but we went for stability, not disengagement, but we went for mediation. And so in December 1989, as the Cold War drew to a close, Malta became the site of the historical Malta Summit between US President George W. Bush and General Secretary at the time of the Soviet Union, Mikhail Gorbachev. So in choosing Malta, both of them, they chose a symbol, a small and neutral, peace-loving nation capable of hosting the beginning of a new global chapter. This is the power of principles small state diplomacy. And this is the perspective Malta brings with this presidency also. As we gather here under the auspices of the Malta Parliamentary Assembly, let us remember that this standing committee is not merely a technical continuation of plenary work. It is the conscience of the Assembly between sessions. It ensures that our shared promises are not suspended in times of pause, but remain alive and remain accountable. Malta does not take this responsibility lightly, definitely not. We will be a voice for dialogue, but not to the expense of justice, a host to all, but never neutral in the face of suffering. A builder of bridges, but never an observer to the erosion of human rights. And so I agree completely with what you said about Gaza. The priorities of Malta's presidency: solidarity with Ukraine, solidarity with Gaza, empowering youth in democracy, the protection of children, combating discrimination, promoting equality, and preserving the European Convention on Human Rights system will be our compass. From the heart of the Mediterranean, we offer not only geography, but a moral geography. We offer the weight of history, the wisdom of survival, and the hope of solidarity. We offer our record. We offer our reform. We offer our conviction, but we offer also our resilience. We invite you, esteemed delegates, to join us in making this presidency more than a formality. Let it be a turning point, a chapter of reflection, reform, and renewed imagination of what the Council of Europe can and must be in the 21st century. The world is watching us. The people of Europe are waiting. Let us answer this moment with courage, with clarity, and with conviction. I want to conclude by wishing my fellow parliamentarians and you, Deputy Prime Minister, every success in the next 6 months, in which Malta will be presiding, of course, this Ministerial Committee for the Council of Europe. The same goes with the Maltese delegation, led by you, Naomi Kakia, to have a fruitful semester in the Parliamentary Assembly at the Council of Europe. And finally, I would like to thank all the staff of the Maltese Parliament that are here, and they are all over, to make sure that although we are small in size, we always try to be as efficient as possible in their duties and service to our institution, and with utmost respect and dedication. I thank you very much.
Honourable Speaker, dear Angelo, thank you so much for your inspired words, and especially for your involvement. You have mentioned a lot of issues that we are discussing, but let me point out only one about women that you have already said. We all know that this morning there was this meeting, Women at Pace group, with the participation of Her Excellency President Emeritus of Malta, Marie-Louise Coleiro-Preca. And we are always proud, and I always repeat that in our assembly 46% of the members are women. But on the other hand, it is very important what you have just pinpointed, that it is hate speech and obstacles put to women who want to participate in politics. And this is something that we should work more on it. Now, dear colleagues, it is my pleasure to welcome among us the Honourable Ian Boards, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Tourism and President of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. Dear Deputy Prime Minister, we are thankful for you for taking the time to exchange views with us, and very pleased for the warm welcome we received in Valletta as we meet for our standing committee. It is a great honor and a privilege for us to be here today when your country is chairing, as the Speaker said, for the 4th time in its history, the Council of Europe's Committee of Ministers, coinciding also with your 60th anniversary as proud members of the Council of Europe, and at a critical time in the organization's history. The priorities chosen for your presidency, namely enhancing the protection of children and promoting their best interest, combating violence and discrimination, upholding human dignity and empowering youth, safeguarding democracy and the rule of law, could not be more timely. Please be assured that the Parliamentary Assembly will stand beside your country to make your presidency a success. Without further ado, I give you the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, Secretary General of the Parliamentary Assembly, and esteemed members of Parliament. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to Malta as President of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. Just last month, on the 29th of April, our country, in fact, as the President just referred to, celebrated its 60th anniversary as a member in this esteemed organization. We are honored to see how this relationship has deepened over the decades, now marked by our fourth presidency as well. Throughout this journey, the Council of Europe has profoundly shaped Malta's democratic evolution, reinforcing our commitment to human rights, the rule of law, and the values of multilateralism. The last time Malta held the presidency, in 2002, Europe was navigating a markedly different political landscape, one characterized by growing confidence in multilateralism and a prevailing sense of momentum around diplomacy, cooperation, and integration. The Council of Europe was still enlarging as part of a broader democratic wave that surged after the fall of the Berlin Wall. The European Union was preparing for its historic 2004 enlargement, and the euro had just come into circulation, marking a major milestone in European economic integration and cooperation. Today, however, we are witnessing increasing pressures on multilateralism and a declining confidence in the power of diplomacy to resolve complex global challenges. We are also witnessing the rise of democratic backsliding and populist narratives. Disinformation is spreading with unprecedented speed, and the core values we hold dear, human rights, democracy, and the rule of law, are increasingly under pressure, not only from external forces, but also from within our societies. Nowhere is this erosion of principles more evident than in the ongoing aggression against Ukraine. For over 3 years, the people of Ukraine have not only defended their nation's sovereignty and the lives of their people, but have stood firm in defending the very principles we share, which define the European identity. This is why the Council of Europe must remain deeply committed in its support and solidarity with its member state, Ukraine, as it continues to face this brutal war of aggression by the Russian Federation. At the heart of our response must be the principle of accountability, ensuring that those responsible for violations of international law and also human rights are held to account and that justice is delivered. And that is why Malta will continue to keep Ukraine high on its agenda and actively supporting efforts towards achieving a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace. As an elected member of the UN Security Council between 2023 and 2024, and also as OSCE chairperson last year, we ensured that support for Ukraine was given due priority. In October 2023, we also hosted in Malta the third meeting of the Ukraine Peace Formula talks. And as chair in office of the OSCE, my first visit was to Kiev, where I witnessed firsthand the devastating impact of this war. The first voluntary financial contribution we gave to support our Council of Europe presidency priorities was in fact for the action plan for Ukraine's resilience, recovery and reconstruction, just last week in Luxembourg. And we stand ready to take forward the work of the Special Tribunal for the Crime of Aggression against Ukraine. Malta's policy of military neutrality has never been a barrier to principled action. On the contrary, it has enabled us to act as an honest broker, to champion international law and accountability, and also to promote dialogue rooted in peace and justice. We remain firmly committed to lasting peace, genuine dialogue, multilateralism, and diplomacy, not just in Europe, but also well beyond. Dear colleagues, the Council of Europe has achieved a lot in its history, and it now stands uniquely positioned to build on that legacy with renewed purpose and determination. We are proud that our presidency coincides also with the 75th anniversary of the European Convention on Human Rights, a landmark instrument that stands as the backbone of the Council of Europe and the cornerstone of human rights protection, democracy, and the rule of law. We must therefore recommit to safeguarding it and ensure the protection of its fundamental rights and freedoms. Malta's priorities are specifically aligned with this goal. Youth have an invaluable role to play, not only as leaders of tomorrow, but as leaders of today and as catalysts for change. They bring fresh perspectives to democratic processes, and their active participation ensures that legal and political systems remain responsive, resilient, and relevant. Your Assembly is also advancing this cause by strengthening the youth perspective in its work, exemplified by the establishment of youth rapporteurs. We are proud that our Maltese head of delegation, Naomi Kakia, has been appointed as youth rapporteur for the monitoring committee. And we look forward to welcoming all the PACE youth rapporteurs to Malta for the specialized conference of ministers responsible for youth later this year, on the 8th and on the 9th of October. Yet, it is not only youth who must be empowered. There were times, and there will be again, when the Council of Europe is called upon to fill a critical gap and to chart a clear path. The Secretary General's announcement of the new Democratic Pact for Europe marks one such moment. As President of the Committee of Ministers, Malta will support the implementation of the Pact's roadmap and will dedicate efforts to combating disinformation and enhancing digital citizenship education while safeguarding freedom of expression. It is for this reason that I will convene a high-level conference on the 17th of September, bringing together voices from all age groups to strengthen our democratic resilience against disinformation. Dear colleagues, a society that invests in its children is one that invests in peace and a more humane, sustainable and inclusive future. It is with this conviction that the Maltese presidency will also put the protection of children and promotion of their best interests as a main priority. From the horrors of war to the quiet suffering of sexual violence, exploitation, and displacement, children bear the heaviest burdens of the crisis they did not create. Protecting them is a legal obligation, a political responsibility, and most of all, a moral imperative. To this end, Malta will host the first ministerial conference around the Lanzarote Convention, focusing on enhancing our collective protection against sexual exploitation and abuse of children. Across our continent and beyond, we are increasingly confronted by the rhetoric that undermines human dignity and threatens the fundamental values that unite us. During our term, we will strive to combat violence and discrimination, while also upholding human dignity. Earlier this week, as global leaders for the 10th consecutive year in the field of LGBTIQ+ rights, we proudly hosted the 12th edition of IDAHOT Plus Forum. This first official presidency event will be complemented by several others in Malta and in Strasbourg to raise awareness and actively promote equality while countering injustices that erode human dignity and the foundations of a just and fair society. As part of this broader series of events, a conference will also be organized in cooperation with the PACE Parliamentary Platform for LGBTIQ+ rights next September in Malta in the margins of Pride Week. That month, we will also host another ministerial conference, this time for the Ministers for Justice. Among the key topics, this conference will be enhancing judicial cooperation and strengthening mutual assistance in countering transnational crimes. We look forward to the opening of signature of the third additional protocol of the European Convention on Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters at the margins of this conference in Valletta. Simultaneously, during these 6 months in Strasbourg, we have curated a rich cultural program that offers a taste of Malta and its vibrant culture. I warmly invite you to join us at some of these events, which will highlight the richness of our cultural heritage and the beauty of uniting in diversity. During the summer PACE part session, we will have our national choir performing at the Notre Dame Cathedral on Tuesday, 24 June. Dear colleagues, these are the main priorities that will characterize Malta's presidency. We stand ready to do our part in strengthening the engagement and dialogue between the Committee of Ministers and the Parliamentary Assembly. Our institutional integrity is of the essence. We must also not shy away from the realities before us. 2 of our member states are absent from the Parliamentary Assembly. Respect for the core values of our organization is in decline across several parts of the continent, and an application for accession is pending before the Committee of Ministers. The principles of dialogue and mutual respect, which have long underpinned Malta's foreign policy, are needed now more than ever, not just within the Council of Europe, but with each other as member states and also with other countries and international organizations. We must renew our commitment to peace and multilateralism, to the defense of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. As President of the Committee of Ministers, I'm committed to working with the Parliamentary Assembly to navigate outstanding matters and move forward in a spirit of cooperation. Whilst thanking you, I also would like to thank our ministry, the respective directorates, but not least our mission, headed by our ambassador and her team in Strasbourg, our very own parliamentarians, and you, Mr. Speaker, for definitely being part of this hard work. Looking forward to these 6 months. And once again, Mr. President, thank you for your cooperation.
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, dear Ian, thank you so much for sharing with us the priorities of your presidency. The structure of this discussion is the same always. Now it's a time to give the microphone to my colleagues asking questions addressed to you. And I will give first the floor to the representatives of the political groups. I just want to remind my colleagues that the time is limited to 30 seconds. First to have the floor is Petra Bayer on behalf of the Socialists, Democrats and Greens.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister. We strongly appreciate your strong commitment to solidarity with Ukraine, but also to our common shared values like human rights, rule of law, and democracy. You mentioned it. Malta is on the spearhead when it comes to the rights of LGBTIQ people. You mentioned Idaho. We learned from the former Prime Minister just now that you are among the 10 best countries when it comes to LGBTIQ legislation. But sexual and reproductive rights go a little bit further. And I know that in recent times there have been taken steps towards the legalization of abortion. And I want to know what next steps you think about to legalize abortion and to give women the self-determination over their bodies. And you also mentioned structural violence that also could be helped.
Thank you, Petra.
With that.
Deputy Prime Minister, you have the floor. As far as the representatives of the political groups is concerned, you will answer one to one, and then I will have a list of 3.
No problem. Thank you, and thank you for your question. We have to be honest, and we have to call a spade a spade. So, in each and every society, in each and every country, like I assume in each and every one of yours, legislators, parliamentarians, reflect and also do their best to legislate what does society need, and also what the society is talking about. We're talking about rights here, but I have to say that whilst when it comes to LGBTIQ+ rights, Malta is championing the table, it is clear that our society is not even debating or having a healthy discussion whether the theme that you raised should be on the parliamentarians' agenda. It's also very clear that no political party in parliament, party in government, nor the party in the opposition have the political mandate to legislate abortion. I know this is a sensitive subject, and we have to listen, we have to discuss it in a very mature and I would say not in a partisan manner, to which we would look forward not only to have a healthy discussion, but also listen to your views and how such legislations affected positively or possibly negatively your respective societies. But it is crystal clear that in Malta, no political party elected in parliament is committed to legislate in the foreseeable future.
Thank you. On behalf of the European People's Party, the leader of the group, Pablo Hispan.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Mr. President of Deputy Prime Minister, for being with us and for your speech. I'm going to ask you about illegal immigration, the situation here in Malta, and your view about the situation in Sahel and Libya and Syria, and if you see that there is a need of a deeper engagement of the international community in those fields and to control and to support the situation in the southern Mediterranean. Thank you.
Deputy Prime Minister, would you like to respond?
Thank you. Illegal, well, migration is a phenomenon that always existed, and it will continue to happen and take place. People want to move to a better place, and many believe, as we all do, that Europe is a much better place than most of the other continents, and no wonder why many want to flee their economic, political, or conflicts, not least wars, and move to a better place. And we totally appreciate that, but it's also true that we have to manage it. And we are a country that we are doing our best to manage legal migration, because we need, for example, foreign workers at every level to sustain our economic success. But we will never support a system where people, rather than queuing at one of our embassies across the world, they are victims of smugglers and criminal activity. So we have a very large search and rescue area as Malta, and I can tell you that most of our armed forces resources are dedicated to monitor and save lives at sea. That is something that we always did, and we will always definitely commit to do, not only in today's world, but even if such pressures increase. And I will refer to sub-Saharan Africa and the north of Africa and the instability in Libya later on. But it's also clear that we cannot encourage illegal migration. And that is something where we are very strong at arguing around, especially the table in Brussels with our peers. It is not right that member states at the southern border most of the times end up facing these challenges on their own, and with the usual 2 or 3 countries in Central Europe that are ready to share the burden. And that is something that definitely needs to be addressed, and therefore have a collective responsibility for this collective tragedy, where people are giving their everything, giving their hands into a criminal organization, being exploited, transferred, and then risk their lives, especially when referring to the Mediterranean route. Now, of course, the instability in Africa, and especially in the north of Africa, particularly Libya, leaving a political vacuum, is a fertile land for these criminal organizations, and therefore we are reminding as well our peers at every multilateral fora where Malta sits, that what can initially seems to be our problem on a Monday, it can end up being UK's problem on a Thursday or a Friday. So those at the periphery are yes, facing the challenges in the immediate, but then that is something that eventually spreads across the continent. So what should we do? I mean, yes, we have various initiatives, programs, investments in the African continent, but not least we have to also step up our diplomacy, be more present in these countries, not having an attitude to tell their populations what they should do and what they should not do, but rather be their partners and create win-win situations. Many of the African countries have, of course, still vivid memories of their colonial past, and therefore we should do our best and create these relationships in that particular belt, especially of the continent. Libya remains a very sad situation. I've met the foreign minister of the GNU on Wednesday, just like I've met many of the African foreign ministers on Wednesday in Brussels, because we had the EU-AU summit at foreign ministers level, and it's very clear that the fragility of our neighbors is at its best. We not only wish them all the very best, but we stand ready to do our part when it comes to talks and negotiations to overcome this very, very disappointing situation.
Thank you. On behalf of the European Conservatives, Patriots and Affiliates, the leader of the group, Zsolt Nemet.
Good morning, colleagues. Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Minister. I would like to thank you very much the hospitality we have experienced yesterday. In Medina, we had a fantastic evening, and we highly appreciate the program you have put together concerning your presidency. I would also underline that it is not just the 60th anniversary of the membership in the Council of Europe, but this year you have the 460th anniversary of the Great Battle. You have been protecting Europe with the help of the St. John Knights and with the support of the Spanish Armada also. I think this is the same task today, protecting the fundamental values of Europe. And what is in the heart of your presidency? Multilateralism. I would like to welcome that kind of approach. Multilateralism is under a very serious attack, especially because of the Russian aggression against the Ukraine, which has paralyzed the working of the UN Security Council. And under these circumstances, the role of the Council of Europe and the presidency of the Council of Europe is absolutely upgraded. So, Mr. Minister, I would like to ask you about the war of aggression of the Russians against the Ukraine. What is your position? What is the role of the Council of Europe? What is your attitude towards the peace efforts of Donald Trump? And what do you think how Europe and the Council of Europe can complement to this effort to terminate this bloodshed that we are experiencing between Russia and the Ukraine? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you for your question. So, as I mentioned in my speech, being military neutral presented us with an opportunity to stand with what is right and what is wrong. It's clear that in this war there is only one aggressor and one victim, and that is why we were very constructive in the respective fora that we also had the opportunity to chair and work in the past 3 years since the war started in Ukraine, and that's by basically being constructive when it comes to financial assistance. As EU members, we always contributed financially for non-military ammunition, but for other assistance that Ukraine needs. We also were always very constructive in all 17 sanctions discussed, negotiated and approved by the EU, but even more important in its implementation. And then we had the opportunity to sit on the Security Council for 2 years, 2023, 2024, not only to not miss an opportunity to bring this war on our agenda, but also to contribute with meaningful discussions and resolutions in the UN. This also gave us the opportunity as an EU but non-NATO country to then chair the OSCE, where we also prioritized Ukraine, especially the returns of abducted children by Russia in their controlled territories. This was a request made to me personally by President Zelensky, which we committed and we worked on. And this month, only on the 9th of May, during Europe Day, I was in Lviv, which marked my third visit since the war in Ukraine. And with the Ukrainian administration, especially with Foreign Minister Sybiha, I discussed also the Council of Europe and Malta's presidency of the Ministers' Committee. And we'd like to move forward now that we received, or well, our predecessors last week, Luxembourg, received the letter from the Ukrainians also to proceed with the tribunal. So we will work with the respective institutions of the organization and make sure to have that we seize the momentum to set up and have this tribunal operational. With the efforts by various actors, including President Trump, to bring peace, well, that is why we also accepted to host the third formula meeting of the peace points suggested by President Zelensky way back in October 23. And we would appreciate every efforts made towards achieving that goal, be it by us Europeans, be it by the United States and its president, and all other actors that can contribute. The most important thing is that it's a just and lasting peace, and that accountability is also unnegotiable in these negotiations.
Thank you. On behalf of the Alliance of Liberals and Democrats for Europe, Ryan Vogels has the floor. Ryan.
Thank you, Chair. Your Excellency, after 12 years, it's an honor and a pleasure to visit your country again. And thank you for the introduction and your warm, welcoming words. The European Court of Human Rights plays a vital role in upholding the fundamental rights across Europe. And could you share how your government is addressing the remaining judgments of the European Court of Human Rights that still are pending full implementation? And what steps are being taken to ensure timely and effective compliance in the future? And now you are chairing the Council of Ministers, how is your government encouraging the other countries to implement theirs? Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Prime Minister, would you like to respond?
Thank you. So, the court is not only, as we all say, the jewel of the council, but it's the remedy that our citizens have, and this is a strength that must definitely be at the core of our work, not least when we preside in these six months. Many of those cases that Malta was subject to referred by our institutions and citizens mainly were around property rights, but there were also a couple of them referring to other issues. Respecting and also acting upon judgments is crucial and key, and that is what Malta not only is obliged to, but is doing after each and every case. I had the opportunity to meet the the president of the court, with also a number of members in the organization during my visit late last year. And it's one of the meetings I have next week in Strasbourg with the new president. I am in constant touch with our Minister for Justice, and I am aware that he not only follows the judgments, but acts upon, and that is why we are also calling on a ministerial meeting for the justice ministers in our term. And well, ideally, that is the situation in each and every 46 participating state. And as presidency, we will do our best through diplomacy and dialogue to share our experiences. We don't have a perfect system. Nobody does. None of the 46. And we hope to have more and more governments respecting each and every judgment given by the court.
Thank you. On behalf of the United European Left, the co-chair of the group, Andrei Hunko.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. I would like to share the thanks of my colleagues concerning your hospitality, and as well for your reminding us of the historical role of Malta concerning diplomacy and neutrality, and as well concerning the multilateralism you are emphasizing. My question is concerning Daphne Galizia. You know, it's a big issue. There's a prize even now in the European Union. There is still an issue in Germany. Could you update us a bit on the situation of the dealing with what happened to Daphne Galizia, and because there are sometimes rumors that it's not dealt appropriate with. So what is the situation concerning the investigation? Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Prime Minister, would you like to respond?
Well, definitely Ms. Caruana Galizia's was an undeniably dark moment for our society. And it continues to be a top priority for the Maltese authorities. I'll go also with some information that might be of interest to you, which is, of course, publicly known. There's already 3 hitmen that were sentenced, and they are, of course, serving that sentence. The trial by jury of Roberta Juice and Jamie Vella, who are being charged with participation in that murder, commenced on the 24th of April, and it's still ongoing at the moment in Malta. And of course, from this point of view, especially whilst having a jury going on at the moment as we speak, it's important to allow the courts to carry out their work independently. At the same time, we will continue to prioritize justice for Caruana Galizia and her family, but also for the people of Malta, because what happened definitely does not reflect the Maltese people and society. We also had a numerous amount of reforms, and even they are, some of them are still ongoing when it comes to the protection of journalists. That is also how we approached last year chairing the OSCE, by not shying away, but by having this as one of our priorities. We also organized as chair international conferences, some of them attended by family members and other members of the foundation, so that we share what was carried out, but also what needs to be carried out, and definitely something not only to avoid, but lessons to be learned by other countries as well, because this is a very sad situation that such criminal acts against journalists, especially women, is not something that we experienced only in Malta, but we see it happening across the globe.
Well, thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. Dear colleagues, we ran out of time, but if there is a question considerably urgent, of course, I will give the floor. Oleksiy Goncharenko, you have the floor first. If there are others, okay, I'll give the floor to 3 colleagues, and then I will ask the Deputy Prime Minister to respond.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear Vice Prime Minister, thank you for your statement. I have 2 questions. First is about seizing of Russian frozen assets. I think that's something which should be done as soon as possible. And what is Maltese position on this? And a second question is about recent journalist investigation of Financial Times about golden visa and golden passport acquiring of Malta by Russian oligarch, also those who are under sanctions. What is happening in this direction, and does really Russian oligarch can buy Maltese passport today, even those who are under international sanctions? Thank you.
Thank you, Oleksiy. Nikos Tornaridis is next. I will give now to the group of 3 questions, so you can take notes if you want. Mr. Tornaridis, use another microphone, Mr. Tornaridis. No, the interpreters have to listen to you, so use another. Come closer, Mr. Tornaridis.
You come here, please.
Thank you very much. Dear Prime Minister, in Turkey, we continue to witness the imprisonment of academics, elected politicians, human rights defenders, and journalists, many held in violation of European Court of Human Rights judgments. How does the Maltese presidency intend to ensure that the Committee of Ministers upholds the authority of the court and holds Turkey accountable for these persistent and systematic violations of the European Convention of Human Rights? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nikos. Ioannis Economou is next.
Thank you, and thanks for the hospitality. Considering recent regional developments and the evolving dynamics of Europe's security, how does your presidency assess Turkey's current role and its expressed aspiration to deepen engagement or potentially seek membership within European security frameworks? Specifically, what is your position regarding the compatibility of Turkey's action with the core values and security principles upheld by the Council of Europe?
Thank you, Ioannis. Yes, it was about Turkey. So you have the floor now.
Okay. When it comes to Russian assets, we are very constructive in the discussion we're having in Brussels. Of course, it's very clear that using those funds is something that legally is being still discussed. But more important, because we don't have Russian assets in Malta, the investment program that you referred to. From the very first day of the war of aggression against Ukraine, Malta stopped any applications for that program submitted that was going to be submitted, if any, by any Russian applicant. So I have to say that any application or participation in that program happened before February 2022. Not all Russians are criminals, not all Russians are bad people, and we have to make sure that we don't move to phobia towards the millions of citizens of Russia. But when it comes to citizens that were sanctioned at a later stage, there is a process, and there are, of course, the necessary information that the respective authority starts the deprivation, the removal of such acquired rights. So basically that is being taken care of, and here we're talking about one individual. I do hope that each and every country, each and every government, not least represented here in this organization, carries the same due diligence to make sure that no other sanctioned Russian oligarchs are enjoying similar rights in the respective countries. When it comes to Turkey, of course, Turkey is likewise expected, like all the other 45 states, to apply the highest democratic standards and practices. And it's important to ensure that our efforts are not isolating any country, risking further transforming the organization into an echo chamber. To this end, we also fully support the efforts by the Secretary General and the Council of Europe to engage with Turkey at the highest level, including the announced visit by the Director General Gianluca Esposito. We trust that such continued engagement will pave the way for meaningful outcomes.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. Dear colleagues, we now will take advantage of the presence of the Deputy Prime Minister and, of course, of the Speaker to take a family photo. I would like to invite you all to the staircase in front of this room, and then a 15 minutes break follows, and we'll be back in less than 20 minutes. Thank you.
he sticks to that, then we can give him more, slightly
Okay.
more. But if not, then we will have to give him 3-4 minutes. Okay?
I have to tell Emanuele to be
Yeah,
brief.
he knows. He knows
He
that.
always knows.
Yeah.
He's one of a kind. Colleagues, may I invite you to enter the room? Dear colleagues, welcome back. Before we continue with the next agenda item, let me briefly remind you the speaking times for our debates today. The rapporteurs, as well as members who introduce the current affairs debates, are allowed a total of 10 minutes. 10 minutes. The time for any question of procedure is limited to 30 seconds. All other interventions are limited to 3 minutes. During the votes, to facilitate the vote counting, may I please ask you to keep your hands or name plates up as long as the count is underway. If need be, in accordance with the rules of procedure, I may call a vote by standing up instead of a vote by show of hands. Item number 4 is examination of new credentials. We have received the credentials for new members of the delegations of Bulgaria, Iceland, Ireland, and Liechtenstein. They are contained in document 16175. Are there any objections to the change in the composition of this delegation? If so, I would wait to see if there is an objection. No, there is no objection. That is not the case. The credentials are ratified. I welcome our new colleagues. Item number 5. Our next business is to consider the modifications in the membership in committees communicated by the national delegation of Bulgaria, Iceland, Ireland, Liechtenstein, and the Netherlands. In addition, the Socialists, Democrats, and Greens group has nominated a member to the monitoring committee. The changes are set out in document Commission 2025-04 and Commission 2025-04 Addendum. Are the proposed changes agreed to? Agreed. Item number 6, request for a current affairs debate under Rule 53 of the Rules of Procedure. I inform you that a request for a current affairs debate entitled "The Need to Ensure the Survival of Radio Free Europe / Radio Liberty" has been submitted by the leaders of the Socialists, Democrats, and Greens group. Group of the European People's Party, European Conservatives, Patriots and Affiliates, and Alliance of Liberals and Democrats for Europe. Another request for a current affairs debate on the role of parliamentarians in safeguarding investment in human rights and democracy amid rising military expenditure has been submitted by the United European Left. The Bureau, at its meeting yesterday, agreed to recommend holding these current affairs debates and that Mr. Emanuelis Zingeris from Lithuania EPP opens the debate on the need to ensure the survival of Radio Free Europe / Radio Liberty, and Mr. Andrei Hunko from Germany UEL opens the debate on the role of parliamentarians in safeguarding investment in human rights and democracy amid rising military expenditure. Are there any objections to the Bureau recommendation? No, that is not the case. I propose to hold the current affairs debate on the need to ensure the survival of Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, after we finish dealing with the customary items of our agenda, followed by the current affairs debate on the role of parliamentarians in safeguarding investment in human rights and democracy amid rising military expenditure. Item number 7 of our agenda. We must now adopt the agenda for this meeting. Any objection to the draft agenda? No, the agenda is adopted. Item number 8, third part session of the Parliamentary Assembly, 23 to 27 of June 2025. At its meeting yesterday, the Bureau drew up the draft agenda for the forthcoming Assembly part session. According to Rule 27.4 of the Assembly's Rules of Procedure, stipulates that the draft agenda shall be submitted where possible to the Standing Committee. The Standing Committee is invited to take note of the draft agenda. Item number 9, we have references to committees. Document 2025-03 contains the proposals which the Bureau made yesterday. The Standing Committee is invited to ratify the proposals made by the Bureau. Any objections? No, the references are ratified. Item number 10. Sorry. Is there any objection? Yes, Mr. Siamazar, you wanted to take the floor on the agenda. I've been informed. You can have the floor.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, non, je vous en prie, il n'y a pas de problème. Oui, Monsieur le Président, donc, je voulais revenir sur l'ordre du jour, puisqu'il est prévu donc l'examen du rapport de Monsieur Friedez, intitulé « Mobilisation sociale, troubles sociaux et réactions dans les États membres au Conseil de l'Europe, nécessité d'un contrat social ». Cela a été adopté donc en commission le vendredi 16 mai pour un examen donc en plénière lors de la prochaine session. Le titre du rapport adopte une perspective générale. En revanche, l'exposé des motifs est à charge contre un seul État, la France, en contradiction avec l'intention initiale. Je ne sais pas s'il s'agit du match retour du monitoring pays concernant la France qui a déjà eu lieu en 2024. Les autres pays ne sont mentionnés que comme exemple de bonne pratique. En outre, le rapport ne prend pas en compte les remarques du ministère de l'Intérieur français, ni celles de la délégation française à la PCE qui a pris la peine pourtant de recevoir M. Friedez au début du mois de mai à Paris. Nous demandons donc s'il est encore possible que le rapport soit renvoyé pour qu'il puisse s'ouvrir à d'autres pays que la France, tel qu'initialement affiché dans l'intitulé de la mission, et qu'à défaut, mon intervention d'aujourd'hui soit portée au compte rendu. Merci.
Thank you so much. I just want to inform colleagues that the Standing Committee only takes note of the agenda. We cannot modify it. We can discuss the item raised by our colleague in our next Bureau. There we can have the modifications needed or proposed if, of course, they are accepted. So, I will continue now. Item number 10, current affairs debate, the need to ensure the survival of Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty. As I have said, we decided to hold the current affairs debate under this title, and I will give first the floor to Emanuelis Zingeris to open the debate. Emanuelis,
yes.
Where are you?
I'm so glad.
Emanuelis, I just want to know, I'm sorry, you know, of course, the procedure. You have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes to reply at the end of the debate. You have the floor.
Be sure that I will keep the time. Dear friends, we know each other for long, long years, and here new members, old members, that we always debated the issue that we should be quick going to the action in the moment of need of human rights. I'm speaking like a general rapporteur of from a Human Rights Committee for Human Rights Defenders and whistleblowers. And now we have big challenge when one of the biggest fantastic product of Western democracies, Radio Free Europe, is endangered. Radio Free Europe means 24 languages. 24 languages, it's like small BBC in Persian language, Russian language, wow, Belarusian language. And that is the voice of freedom, democracy, and human rights standards to the captive nations. In this case, when we have such huge mass media giants who are producing the right balanced news against hybrid war, against propaganda created in Cuba, in Russia, in Belarus, in Iran, against us, against democracies. So we have under a hybrid war today, and our side just underway, in the case of Radio Free Europe, probably to lose their financial support. Their headquarters are in Prague. For decades, Radio Free Europe has been a beacon of truth for countries where press freedom is under threat and disinformation is pervasive. President Eisenhower declared Radio Free Europe like crusades of democracy, not looking to the fact that there's no Iron Curtain anymore. The Cold War is over, but the new challenges, like dictatorial synchronized attack against us, is underway. And if you remember, somebody should remember that in 1972 we have here in Parliamentary Assembly huge hearing how to support Radio Free Europe. After 53 years, we're coming back in the moment of need when 2 days ago Brussels offered first support European Union $5 million, like a small humanitarian gesture from European Union. And we need to produce some letter to our brothers in the European Union in the Commission side to have stable budget line inside of the Commission. And the best way is to have small report, probably from Political Affairs Committee, and in June to have our general opinion from all our respective groups. So I just have in my small introduction that millions of Russians, and especially adult population, at night are still listening to Radio Free Europe. Radio Free Europe, we have 6 platforms, modern platforms based on websites, but and old radio too. I spent all my life listening to them and to their really based on professional knowledge news. I would like to ask you to follow European Union first move, supporting Radio Free Europe, like did Kaja Kallas, and to make a decision to appeal for systematic support for our brothers from mass media, fighters from freedom, and having knowledge that you, dear President, are from the same field of free mass media, and you were former brilliant, mature journalist in Greece. We would like to ask to support our brothers who will lose in 2 months, probably in 3 months, will lose more like 1,000 people, lose their working places and lose their millions of audience in the captive nations, in all possible languages. We need their channel for the regions who are in dictatorship. And I was a man of the 90s, and we were liberated Middle Europe, but we are under still huge pressure from Moscow, Beijing, and Iran, and North Korea, and we need their voice inside of those captive nations to support freedom. Thank you so much. Thank you, friends, that you included in an informal way this question. The people need urgent action, at least a letter from our side to our colleagues in the European Union to support them through their budget line. Well, we are not so rich to support them. Their budget is more like 140 million euros. Per year. We need systematic support from union side, so we are asking you to support a letter in the future in the form of probably resolution, probably political affairs committee, and to formulate that to our union colleagues and friends in the name of freedom, in the friend of free mass media. Thank you.
Dear Emanuelis, maybe our colleagues would wait me to thank you for keeping the time and giving at least one more time to yourself for the reply. But I will thank you for two different reasons. The one is for your sensitivity, because that proves that a politician may produce results because of his sensitivity and your involvement, your empathy. The second is about journalism, not only because I was a journalist. I have been a journalist for 20 years. I have left journalism since 2000, meaning that for 25 years I'm not a journalist. But it is very important in cases like this, in cases like wars going on in many places in our planet, to remember that it is the journalists and journalism that bring us the news of what is really happening there. We are, unfortunately, in many cases, being confused with the so-called social media. Many of you have heard me talking about social connection. It's not media. Media is where we have professionals, not only because they're getting paid, but because they need to prove, having a lot of sources, what they are broadcasting. So, once again, thank you for these two reasons. Now, dear colleagues, I will give the floor to the President and CEO of Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, Mr. Stefan Kapus, who is connecting online, and I would like to ask him to give us a brief on the situation in Radio Free Europe and ideas of how can we be helpful as the Council of Europe, as the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. Dear Stefan, you have the floor.
Me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Mr. President, and may I also refer to you as fellow journalists, thank you so much for the kind introduction and the welcome. I look forward to speaking with the distinguished delegates, and also to my honorable friend from Lithuania. Thank you also for laying the groundwork for this discussion today and for your words of support for the mission, for human rights, for democratic principles, all things that the Parliamentary Assembly has a well-earned reputation of living and working in support of. And it is my honor today to join you here. I'm in Prague at Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty's headquarters. This is the home for our journalistic activities, and we are proud to say that we are at home in Europe. Yes, we have had 75 years as an American-funded institution, but our audiences are inside Europe by and large. Some 47 million people every single week, on average, receive our programming. We are reaching 9% of the population inside Russia every single week. We are reaching 35% of the Ukrainian population every single week, with an enormous, more than 90% favorability rating from the people of Ukraine for the quality of our work. We're reaching 10% of the Iranian population every single week. More than 6.5 million people are accessing us. They're accessing our websites. They do receive social media. However, this is a time not to mess around. The Russians, the Chinese, the Iranians are spending billions every single year on propaganda efforts, on disinformation campaigns, on efforts to disrupt free elections, to manipulate free societies. We view ourselves as standing in proud partnership with many of you on the front lines, separating democracy from those that are in the dark. We shine a very bright spotlight inside areas that no longer have access to a free media or a fair media or a truthful and accurate media. As we have been for decades, we continue to be a vital lifeline to those who want to understand what's really happening. When we can tell people inside Russia, in the Russian language, what's happening right now in Ukraine, when we can document outright war crimes that are happening there with our outstanding investigative work, when we can talk about China's spreading malign influence all across our programming region, including Central, Eastern Europe, on into Central Asia, down through the Caucasus, up through the Balkans, and so forth. We're seeing the spread of malign influence and a huge amount of new investment in this territory. In the months since the United States decided to withhold our operating funds, which have already been appropriated by Congress, but the new administration has decided to withhold our funds, what we've seen in response has been a very aggressive set of moves, especially by China and Russia, to try to go into the areas where we have had rock solid foundational support. They're laying claim to new radio frequencies. They are stepping up efforts to block feeds and so forth. In short, they're celebrating the fact that we might go away. However, I am optimistic. And maybe that's because I'm a kid from Philadelphia, where we like to have a good fight. And those of you who are hockey fans know all too well what the Philadelphia Flyers and others were. Scrappy, we're determined. But I will also say the main reason I'm optimistic is listen to the profound words of political support we are receiving these days from all across Europe. We heard this week from Kaja Kallas, the High Representative Vice President, came out in support of our mission in pledging emergency funding. It's not enough to get us through in the long term, but it will allow us to keep going. We've heard similar pledges of support from people in Sweden and Denmark, and we believe that other member states will be stepping forward with similar support. I think that it's very simple why, and I'll conclude my remarks now and look forward to your questions. I was looking at the comments of Mr. Mark Gittenstein, who was the US ambassador to the European Union during President Biden. He said that we've all noted how much Europe is not just talking, but acting these days in support of all of the right things. A very strong defense for sovereignty, a very strong defense in support of European security and safety. But Mr. Gittenstein said, and I'm going to quote, Europe needs to step up, and they are beginning to. And the fact that they're committing not only to security guarantees and additional weapons, but they're doing that on the hard side, they also need to do it on the soft side. And we view ourselves as a sharp edge to soft power. And Mr. President, you as a former journalist know the power of words, know the power of commitment. Our people work in some of the most difficult environments. They pay a very steep price for that commitment. Sometimes they're imprisoned as we speak right now 5 of our journalists are being held in places like Belarus, Russia, Azerbaijan, Iran, and Crimea, Russian-controlled Crimea.
Thank you, dear.
Why are they being held? Because this is a threat to autocrats all across the area. I very much thank you for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, dear Stefan. Thank you, Mr. Kapus. Stay with us, and you will have the opportunity to reply to the debate which will follow. I will open the floor now, and I would like to give the floor to the representatives of the political groups who have 3 minutes each. On behalf of the EPP, Mr. Zingeris has already spoken, and I will give the floor to Petra Bayer on behalf of the Socialists, Democrats and Greens. Petra, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. We know that Radio Free Europe is lacking 68 million of US funding that was frozen after Trump took office. The agency in charge of media abroad was classified as useless part of bureaucracy. We know about the importance of Radio Free Europe, not only in the Cold War. In the past, it was mainly to combat indoctrinating propaganda from the Soviet Union and the nomenclature of it. And our answer just can be that Radio Free Europe is a useful part of freedom and democracy. And seeing that, we know that the phenomenon of propaganda and fake news is more than ever part of cross-border hybrid war, including the impact of elections, which also we observed and we saw really firsthand. Radio Free Europe nowadays targets, besides the Russian Federation, it was mentioned, also China, Iran, and in total 23 countries. It uses 27 languages, and every week it's consumed by 50 million people. I'm really happy about the decision of the European Union this week to give a subsidy of 5.5 million at least. And I think that we really should do our utmost to keep Radio Free Europe alive and active. During my Easter holiday, I was in Kiev and in Kharkiv, and Yevgenia organized a round table with journalists which are working on the phenomenon on fake news, on foreign influence, and on propaganda. And I raised the issue of Radio Free Europe there and asked the colleagues how they estimate the importance. And of course, they see the importance and also say that we must not forget that more and more people consume their information also via different media. And so I think that also the social media branch of Radio Free Europe is a really very important one, and that we shouldn't. I know that radio, I was a radio journalist in my very first life as well, and it's a very easy to consume media nearly everywhere, but we indeed must not forget also to support this social media branch of it, because that's the common way of how many people consume information nowadays. And if we want to uphold the freedom of press and the freedom of expression and the real concrete knowledge about what's going on in this world, what atrocities are taking place everywhere, then I think it's really very important to be with Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, and support it at the utmost as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Petra. On behalf of the European Conservative Patriots and Affiliates, Oleksiy Goncharenko. Oleksiy.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, we're now speaking about closing of free Europe, ending of liberty, radio liberty, but I think it's very, very symbolic. And it tells us a lot about what's going on right now. And now this is the chance for us to show, is it only United States of America who are interested in free Europe, in liberty here, or we are interested in this ourselves? If we are interested in free Europe, if we are interested in liberty, we need to support Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, and not only. That's the moment. The main battle is for human brains. That is the main battle. And in this battle, we can't lose. This is so important. So first I want us to do something, not just to speak about this. First, Council of Europe can address our Assembly, can address European Union. Secondly, Maybe Council of Europe can make its own, even very small, but symbolic support to Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty. Then you will come back to your countries and you can ask your governments, maybe they can make, if it will be 1-2 million euros from each European country, which is absolutely nothing for budgets, that will help to save free Europe and liberty. But I want to speak more about, we need not only Radio Free Europe. Please, we need to understand that Europe is under attack right now. The barbarians are at the gates. We need Radio Free Europe, we need tanks Free Europe, we need missiles Free Europe, we need drones Free Europe. We need to support Ukrainian army, which is today with a great blood, very difficult situation, especially when there is American support is wavering. But Ukrainian army continues to support the walls of Europe. But we need to help all those who are in fight right now. And I want to share with you my one personal thing. When I was a kid, I was 5, 6, 7 years old. It was Soviet Union times. And my mother turned on under the pillow the radio. It was Riga-made VEF, shortwave radio station. And we were listening to the voices. It was called Voices. And Soviet Union was spending more money than to help children who are in hunger, to jam the frequencies on which it worked. And it was very bad. It was something like this. But in between of these, you can hear the words of true, the hope. It was the voice of hope which was given to us from Prague, from anywhere else. So this was so important, believe me, for tens of millions of Soviet people at that time, that we knew that there is freedom somewhere. For us, it was like on the moon. I never would imagine that I will meet with you today. I thought it would be forever, but it was a hope. And this was so important. Don't let to kill hope. And let us save Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty. And let's have them, with all respect to Prague, let's have them in Kiev. Because this is the place where the fight is going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexei. On behalf of the Alliance of Liberals and Democrats for Europe, Evgenia Kravchuk. Evgenia.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, a lot of people spoke today as also former journalists. I'm also the student that studied in the Institute of Journalism and finished and worked for some time, so this topic is extremely important, as it is for Petra and for our dear President. Let's remember how the Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty was created for European continent. It was an answer to the Iron Curtain that divided the continent. It was the answer to the Cold War. So what do we have now? Are we done? Do we have a democracy and everything is fine on our continent? Of course not. We have not a Cold War, we have a hot war. We have spheres of influence that Kremlin wants and Lukashenko wants to put to our continent. As Alexei said, there were jamming of the voice of radio. Now they stop the internet. They block the websites. Now people have to find the way through VPN, through different ways to listen to the word of truth. In Russia, Radio Liberty, Radio Free Europe is an undesirable organization. It's banned. You will go to jail if you somehow cooperate with the organization. In Belarus is also the undesirable organization. They actually put it in the special list. In Georgia, where we see the downgrade of democracy, and by the way, I want to show solidarity with Zurab Jabaridze from Gilchimo Freedom Party that was arrested yesterday and put to prison. And now what we see, that there is lack of free media that can cover these cases. So it's extremely important. And what Radio Liberty means for Ukraine? Of course, it's credible information. It's very well, you can access it, of course. It's not in a process in Russia and Belarus. But also what I want to bring to the table are the people. And Mr. Kapus already mentioned that there are journalists in captivity. Well, I want to tell you that Victoria Roshina, that was killed in in the Russian prison, a Ukrainian journalist, made reportage, made news for Radio Liberty. And now her body was brought to Ukraine without brain, without trachea, without eyeballs, obviously to cover how she was killed. And now, right now, as we speak, we have Irina Danilovich and Vladislav Yesipenko, the journalists of Radio Liberty that reported and worked in occupied Crimea despite the great danger to their life. And right now, they are in prison. And I really hope that we will welcome them to one of our sittings when they will be free, and they should be free. Thank you so much for this topic.
Thank you, Evgenia. I will now, dear colleagues, open the floor to the members of the Standing Committee. Those who wish to take the floor, please raise your hand. Ingrid.
Thank you, President. And I think many things have been said already, so I'm not going to repeat what my President and also colleague Singieri started with, and other colleagues too. I'm a media consumer, and I think Radio Free Europe is a very important task, and I really appreciate that we have had this debate today, 25 languages and so on. What I would like to is that I want to have a result. I want to have finance of this Radio Free Europe, and I hope that we as a collective group, cross parties, can demand and challenge EU to have a budget line for Radio Free Europe, because I think this is about human rights and the free word, and the possibility for other colleagues in other countries that not have this possibility to listen to news and real news in different languages as they are their own. So that's my main message, a budget line to secure not a free donor situation, but a budget line for this radio. And US not going to fight for the free word and free and Radio Free Europe anymore. Well, we have to take responsibility. So thank you.
Thank you, Ingrid. Zanda Kalina Lukasevich has the floor.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, indeed, also me, as someone who lived behind the Iron Curtain and listened to the voice of freedom, I cannot overstate the importance of having access to truth and facts, information that was once prohibited under the KGB censorship. For a long time, Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, was the only source of fresh air. It offered hope, a steady ember keeping the coal warm and ready to ignite when the time was right. As we all know, that time eventually came, and the fire consumed the crumbling regime of the Soviet occupation. Colleagues, we have discussed the importance on this issue as well as on our debates in April plenary session, when also my report on foreign interference was approved. Assembly, as part of that report, called the member states to intensify actions to better protect journalists, safeguard press freedom, and to fund and promote media pluralism and independence, including by working with the European Union and other international stakeholders to ensure the continued funding of Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, and other independent media. Our call was timely. Critical thinking, press freedom, and independent journalism are our best weapons in today's war, and we have to protect and sharpen them. We are attacked from many directions, especially in the field of information. The Radio Free Europe is already well developed with excellent experience. It provides a good quality journalism, and we all have to keep it running. I am satisfied that this week the European Union agreed to provide emergency funds to keep Radio Free Europe afloat. Nevertheless, there has to be a long-term solution. So we have to provide long-term finances. And yes, indeed, Radio Free Europe former Moscow office works since 2023 from Riga. Their operations and functioning fully depends on availability of financial resources. My country has provided support for them to relocate. International financing was provided, but now there is a deficit. Dear colleagues, this discussion is an important encouragement that a solution will be found. We Europeans have to find finances for Radio Free Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Zanda. I'll give now the floor to our colleague Mia Petra Kumpulanatri. Mia Petra, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. I don't know if there is much to add because very, very good speeches and over the all who have taken the floor. Just want to emphasize that the time is getting even more critical for existing journalism getting deprived for the finance in general, and then the quality of the social media or the news online is getting worse, and it is not enough emphasized to general understanding that what we will see online, it's getting more and more artificially produced content. And even a friend of mine did the diploma or the PhD just 1 week, 2 weeks ago, and explained me that how, for example, the data that AI uses, it's manipulated, and it's manipulated on purpose. So even AI news that are online are educated with the Western news, but the Western news are first manipulated with the Russian impact. So all this is getting worse quality, and it's getting increasing. It's getting more source for information for even our own people, and not to talk then countries where the information is manipulated and information is blocked. So I think also as a resilience needs to be thought through, that social media is not trusted, or the online media, that radio comes back. And that's why I think it's very important to see that it is not old-fashioned, but it's something that these both channels that Radio Free Europe also is carrying on. So final word, if we let it now die, it's even more to build it up. So that's why we should not let it die, and look for the finances with all the ways we can do and support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mia Petra. Yes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je crois qu'il est inutile d'insister sur le fait que l'intégrité des informations versus la désinformation est très importante, et que la radio Free Europe en est un gage et une garantie pour des sources sûres d'information et de journalisme. C'est d'autant plus important par les temps qui courent des réseaux sociaux. Nous étions toujours étonnés à la fin de la guerre froide d'entendre que les pays de l'Est disaient qu'ils écoutaient à l'époque la radio RTL, qui était pour eux une voie vers l'Ouest aussi. Mais ce que je voudrais juste dire, poser une question, c'est que c'est une considération qu'avait donnée un membre d'une association internationale officielle, donc sérieuse et non suspecte, de journalistes qui avaient mis en avant la nécessité d'une rationalisation des médias internationaux européens tels que Deutsche Welle, France 24 et donc Radio Free Europe, pour probablement rationaliser également les moyens financiers. Cela m'a étonné, je vais l'avouer. Et c'était donc une question que je voulais simplement poser, tout en étant évidemment certain que l'effondrement de Radio Free Europe serait une opportunité pour les régimes autocratiques et donc absolument à éviter. Merci.
Thank you, dear Octavia. Anybody else who would like to take the floor? No. So now we are going back to Mr. Stefan Kapus, who is about to reply to this debate. Dear Stefan, are you online? Yes, we see you. You can reply. Please be as brief as you can. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. And thank you to all of the very generous remarks. One of the last points, I think, was one of the more important ones, which was if we let it die, it becomes more expensive to simply build it up again. We think that if this organization with 75 years of history and an overwhelmingly important relevance today were to go away, there would be an immediate call to try to replace it. And there is simply no need to start from scratch with something. Our journalists grew up in the areas that they cover. They are respected, and our organization has a credibility and an integrity that I believe, dare say, is second to none in this very difficult area. And they've committed enormous dedication to this mission. The other things I'd like to point out that a couple things. We don't need to be at odds with the United States. In fact, this is something that I believe the United States and Europe mutually has benefited from. There is uncertainty right now, as many of you know, with what's going to happen in the US in all matters of foreign policy. But at the end of the day, support for making as much of Europe free as possible is a goal that I believe is shared on both sides of the Atlantic. There is some rhetoric that says, well, we don't need Radio Free Europe because Europe is already free. That, of course, is a gross distortion of our mission, and so we continue to work. There was a point made that Europe is under attack in all areas, including elections and things like that. We have been so busy documenting all of it with investigative reporting, unique reporting, and we're doing it not just on radio waves, but in every manner possible. Wherever audiences want to access our information, we want to meet them there, whether that is on social media and other places. However, websites, video transmission feeds, all of it. Radio is still in our name and it's in our heritage, but we're doing it on all multi-platforms these days. And I do believe that people ground it in the right sorts of issues, as this group is, can put their heads together to figure out a very bright future for an absolutely essential news organization these days.
So thank you so much. Thank you, dear Stefan, for participating in this, in my opinion, very interesting discussion. And I will give now the floor to our first speaker, Mr. Emanuelis Zingeris, for his conclusions. Emanuelis.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Kapus. And thank you for your team who worked, like colleague Goncharenko said, trying to cement all solid integral power during this last war to transmit the news against the war. So the main radio station goal was trying to say to Russians and Belarusians, just met director in Riga, 70 employees, in Vilnius 30 about Belarus, not support the war, not support the war of aggression on Ukraine. That was major voice to Russian and Belarusian people. Not be on side of aggression, but with the solid ground, being balanced. So that is about war in Ukraine, where we are all involved defending Europe against upcoming second round of the war. And in the time, Mr. President, in the time when we are in the middle of hybrid war against us, to exclude hundreds and hundreds of most solid, academically based, balanced, based on integrity journalists, that is the crime. That is an incredible step against our European freedoms, against basic human rights declaration just mentioned in the first round of our discussion by our fantastic Malta friends. So, in the time when we creating special tribunal, in the time when we created, with your support in Iceland, register in The Hague, and the time when we are strengthening and reshaping Europe, even rearming Europe with Andris Kubilius on chairmanship. In the moment when Madam Callas is trying to at least to give $5.5 million, we should at least to make systematic approach. And I'm asking you, colleague, to find a way, just citing all of you, to implement our voices from all our party groups in the oldest European human rights organization, Council of Europe. Appeal, common appeal to European Union colleagues to find the budget line in the future, systematic budget line, not only telling thank you to Madame Callas from Estonia, brilliant commissioner on foreign affairs, but all European Union affairs, plus asking our friends in European Parliament to do the same what we are doing now, and to have the appeal, having brilliant chairmanship from Italian side in the European Parliament, to have an appeal, common appeal to European Commission to finance and to find the budget line. Well, after 2 or 3 months, we will losing millions of listeners and websites, not only radio. It was good remark about radio. They have modern platforms, websites, 6 website platforms, huge platforms. And we will using in Persia, our listeners, we are using 24 language, small freedom BBC type, huge concern who is now based in Prague. Is that we will not let such tragedy happen, not let Mr. Putin and our Chinese and Iranian dictators to raise champagne, and let's use our forces at least to produce small report, and in June to have appeal to our colleagues in the European Parliament and in European Commission to have a budget line. In a few months, we will face tragedy where all those professionals will be out of job, and millions of listeners in the captive countries will lose their habits to listen to free voice of real free Europe. It's actually, it's not it's something common. It's Jeffersonian voice of Jefferson, together with our French legacy of French Revolution and French Declaration of Freedom. So in this case, we are based on we are not contradicting each other, but let's this time to say that we are reshaping Europe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Emanuelis. And I want to thank all the colleagues and, of course, Mr. Stefan Kapus for this debate. We're going now on item number 11, current affairs debate on the role of parliamentarians in safeguarding investment in human rights and democracy amid rising military expenditure. As I've said earlier, we have decided to hold this second current affairs debate. I first give the floor to Mr. Andrei Hunko, co-chair of the United European Left, to open the debate. Dear Andrei, you know that you have in total 10 minutes, 7 now and 3 as a reply. Since Emmanuel has used 1 more minute, you can have 4 as a reply if you need.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Ich würde gerne auf Deutsch sprechen. Und zunächst damit beginnen, was ist eigentlich die Kompetenz des Europarates? Weil wir hatten gestern eine Debatte, ob denn überhaupt wir zu dem Thema uns austauschen dürfen. Und ich denke, austauschen können wir uns über alles. Empfehlungen abgeben, nicht zu einer Frage, wie viel Aufrüstung brauchen wir, 2% oder 5% oder was auch immer, aber zu den Effekten einer fundamentalen Veränderung, vor der wir stehen, auf unsere Gesellschaften, auf Demokratie, auf Menschenrechte, auf soziale Rechte, fällt in unsere Kernkompetenz. Vor wenigen Wochen hat das Stockholmer Institut für Friedensforschung, SIPRI, die neuen Zahlen der weltweiten Rüstung bekannt gegeben. Das ist ja das Institut in Stockholm, das sozusagen die größte Expertise hat, was das angeht. Und wir stehen im Augenblick bei einer Zahl von 2,7 Trillionen Dollar, was die weltweite Rüstung angeht. Und das ist der größte Anstieg im Jahre 2024 seit dem Ende des Kalten Krieges. Es betrifft alle Regionen weltweit mit einem Schwerpunkt auf Europa und den Nahen und Mittleren Osten. Wir haben eine Debatte in vielen unserer Ländern seit dem Amtsantritt von Donald Trump, die Verteidigungsausgaben in NATO-Ländern auf 5% des Bruttoinlandsproduktes anzuheben. Bisher gab es innerhalb der NATO eine Zielvorstellung von 2% des Bruttoinlandsproduktes und aktuell werden 5% debattiert, was so auch vom deutschen Außenminister unterstützt wird. Ich will mal an den Zahlen darstellen, was das konkret bedeutet. Wir haben in Deutschland zum Beispiel gegenwärtig mit den 2%, die wir ausgeben, 88 Milliarden Euro an Rüstungsausgaben nach NATO-Kriterien. 5% würden am Ende 220 Milliarden Euro bedeuten, was fast die Hälfte des deutschen Haushaltes beinhalten würde. Wir sind jetzt schon als Bundesrepublik Deutschland die Nummer 1, was Ausgaben angeht in Westeuropa. Und das soll sozusagen nur die Dimension andeuten, vor der wir stehen. Der UN-Generalsekretär Antonio Guterres hatte vor knapp 2 Jahren, im Juli 2023, ein grundlegendes Papier veröffentlicht, das heißt New Agenda for Peace auf Englisch, neue Agenda für den Frieden. Und dort ist die Kernthese, dass wir in einer Umbruchssituation leben, dass wir von einer unipolaren Welt in eine multipolare Welt übergehen, deren Konturen noch unklar sind. Und die Hauptempfehlung dieses Papiers ist die Stärkung der Diplomatie, auch der einzelnen Staaten untereinander. Ich will kurz nur darauf referieren, was er zum Thema der Aufrüstung sagt. Ich zitiere auf Englisch. Today, the national security doctrines of many states speak of intensifying geostrategic competition in the decades to come. Military expenditure globally set a new record in 22. This was old figures. Arms control frameworks and crisis management arrangements that help stabilize great powers' rivalries and prevent another world war have eroded. Their deterioration at the global as well as the regional level has increased the possibility of dangerous standoffs, miscalculations and spirals of escalation. Und in seinen Schlussfolgerungen und Empfehlungen sagt er, zitiere auf Englisch, reduce military expenditures, renew efforts to limit conventional arms and increase investment in prevention and social infrastructure and services with a strong focus on redressing gender inequalities and structural marginalization. So, das ist etwa sind die Empfehlungen des UN-Generalsekretärs. Was ist jetzt die Rolle der Abgeordneten in dieser neuen Ära, vor der wir stehen? Weil wir müssen da von einer neuen Ära reden. Ich glaube, es sind 2 Kernpunkte. Das eine ist, dass wir Abgeordneten in our Parlamenten uns dafür einsetzen, dass maximale Transparenz gewährleistet ist. Ja, dass sozusagen die Parlamente eine Kontrolle haben, wohin geht das Geld, wie wird das verwendet und so weiter und so fort. Es gab ja vor wenigen Tagen Hausdurchsuchungen in Belgien, in Italien, in Luxemburg, in den Niederlanden, Spanien und den USA wegen Korruption von NATO-Mitarbeitern, vom Support and Procurement Agency, wo sozusagen diese Rüstungsfirmen diese Mitarbeiter bezahlt haben dafür, dass sie geheime Informationen raussenden. Also solche Sachen müssen parlamentarisch kontrolliert werden. Und zweitens müssen wir natürlich schauen, dass diese Investments nicht auf Kosten sozialer Rechte gehen. Ich spreche aus Deutschland. Wir haben zum Beispiel in Deutschland 3,4 Millionen Rentner, die armutsgefährdend sind. Und es darf sozusagen, die Aufrüstung darf nicht auf Kosten von sozialen Rechten gehen. Und manchmal ist es ja sozusagen auch alternativ. Aber ich weiß, dass auch Kollegen das anders sehen. Aber darüber können wir diskutieren. Liebe Kollegin, ich würde gerne zum Ende, weil dies wahrscheinlich meine letzte Rede sein wird im Europarat, an die letzte Rede von Eisenhower erinnern. Ich bin nicht Eisenhower, das weiß ich schon, aber Eisenhower hat in seiner letzten Rede eine dringende Warnung gegeben, 1961. Wir in den Institutionen der Regierung müssen uns vor unbefugtem Einfluss, beabsichtigt oder unbeabsichtigt, durch den militärisch-industriellen Komplex schützen. Das Potenzial für die katastrophale Zunahme fehlgeleiteter Kräfte ist vorhanden und wird weiterhin bestehen. Wir dürfen es nie zulassen, dass die Macht dieser Kombination unsere Freiheiten oder unsere demokratischen Prozesse gefährdet. Wir sollten nichts als gegeben hinnehmen. Nur wachsame und informierte Bürger, und ich sage auch Abgeordnete dazu, können das angemessene Vernetzen der gigantischen industriellen und militärischen Verteidigungsmaschinerie mit unseren friedlichen Methoden und Zielen erzwingen, sodass Sicherheit und Freiheit zusammenwachsen und gedeihen können. Vielen Dank für die Aufmerksamkeit.
Thank you, dear Andrei. I would like now to give the floor to the representatives of the political groups. Mr. Juncker has already spoken on behalf of the United European Left, and now it is the turn of Saskia Kluit from the Socialist Democrats and Greens. Saskia.
Thank you very much. Increased investments in military spendings are in these times sometimes seen as a good thing to protect our free and democratic countries and our values. But it should always be carefully addressed, for these investments do not backfire on the same values. We should not invest in a race to rearm. We should not invest in fueling nationalism by militarism. And it should always be the last resort. Diplomacy, negotiations, sanctions, de-escalation should always prevail military options. And importantly, it should not go at the cost of our democratic values. So not at the cost, like my colleague already said, of affordable living or a livable income, especially of vulnerable groups in our society, because that would backfire, especially on the democratic values we try to protect. It should also not be at the cost of school, public transport, etc., things that are there to fortify our values and democracy. And it should also not be at the cost of human rights in the warfare itself. Gaza shows what AI, for example, can do when you deliver ammunition in an automated way, and what will happen to innocent citizens. So we need to know what new technologies bring to our values. And we also need to understand that if we rearm in this part of the world, for every €2 we spend here, another euro will be sent in armament to conflicts in the rest of the world, conflicts in countries that are already struggling very much. So it's very good that we would have a discussion on this topic. For us parliamentarians to better understand the dynamics of armament and warfare, that we clearly understand what kind of alternatives we do have to rearmament and what options are not there. But also to know more about rules of transparency and get ourselves to know a little bit the discourse on whether it should be a private investment or a public effort to rearm. So I am very happy with the proposal. To the conclusion, military spending is and has always been part of our democratic states and our efforts to protect human rights, but it should never be used as an argument to undermine our values. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Saskia. On behalf of the European Conservatives, Patriots and Affiliate, I will give now the floor to Lord Keane.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues. I would question the implicit assumption that rising military expenditure is inimical to or inconsistent with the maintenance or development of human rights. The principal role of the nation state is to defend the boundaries of that nation state, whether geographic or political. And indeed, that may be done by international treaty. It may be done by diplomacy. But there are times, and we live in those times, where it may have to be done by force, or at least by the ability to project the means of military defense for the boundaries of the nation state. It's only once that principal objective has been achieved that the state can defend those within its boundaries and thereby defend their right to life, their right to liberty, and their human rights. So is there some correlation between military expenditure and human rights? Well, the greatest level of military expenditure by any nation is by the United States of America. And despite some recent executive actions, it is a state that maintains human rights and human dignity. The second largest expenditure on military armaments is by China, a country which quite clearly essentially ignores fundamental human rights, not just in the case of the Uyghurs, but in the case of the population as a whole. So it's not obvious from those stark examples that there is a necessary correlation between military expenditure and human rights. Mention's already been made of the proposal to move expenditure within NATO from 2%, which very few members actually achieve even now, to 5%, an aim that has been embraced by members such as Poland and others. There is a clear need for us to maintain not only our defences, but to be able to project our ability to defend not only our boundaries, but our liberty and our democracy. And such an increase in military expenditure can in fact create a virtuous economic cycle. A massive increase in the industrial complex has economic benefits that can feed through, when properly utilized and applied, to the maintenance and improvement of welfare and to the maintenance and improvement of human rights. So I would question the rather simple correlation that is being put forward between military expenditure and the maintenance of human rights. But I agree with the observations already made that there needs to be transparency with regard to such matters, and that is a role that we fundamentally must take up. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Keane. It's not that the Conservatives has risen to the second position. It's my personal mistake that I haven't given the floor as I should to the President of the EPP, but I'm sure that my friend Pablo Hispan will excuse me. Pablo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and of course we excuse your confusion. Okay. To talk about defense inversion or human rights in contraposition of social inversion, we think it's a false dilemma in our times. We are under attack. We are under attack in Ukraine. We are in attack in all of our democracies, hybrid attacks all around Europe. So there is not an alternative. The defense inversion is mandatory. Defense inversion is for the preservation of our liberties and freedom. As we saw in the past, the deployment, for example, of the short-range missiles in Germany brings peace in the 80s. Those people in Germany and all over Europe that demonstrate against those actions in the 80s were in the wrong side of history and were threatening our freedoms and our democracy. So we must invest in defense because it's an inversion in freedom and in democracy. Our duty is not to be free riders because the United States pays for all. We must take care of our defense. And also, invest in defense creates jobs, technology, and well-being. The defense industry is good for our countries and is good for Europe. So please, let us make a more strong Europe through the strength of our capacities. We have seen, for example, in the current crisis in Gaza, in Israel, how a country that were not well prepared to defend itself in October 7th and was attacked by those terrorists of Hamas, at the end the result was not more peace. At the end the result was more humanitarian crisis. So it's clear that in those troubled times we need more defense expenditure, and also we need that the countries accomplish with the objectives. We are not talking about 2% of GDP, we are talking about 5%, and I think that it's our duty to accomplish with this responsibility in those troubled times that we are living now. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Pablo. On behalf of the Alliance of Liberals and Democrats for Europe, Mr. Stefan Mazars.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le rôle des parlementaires dans la protection de l'investissement en faveur des droits humains et de la démocratie face à l'augmentation des dépenses militaires, c'est l'intitulé du rapport ainsi proposé par notre collègue allemand, Unko. J'avoue, au nom du groupe A2, ne pas bien comprendre, à moins de trop bien comprendre, cette opposition entre d'une part des dépenses militaires et d'autre part l'investissement pour la démocratie, les libertés et le respect des droits, qu'ils soient individuels ou collectifs. Il est évident que l'Europe ne peut plus vivre aujourd'hui dans l'insouciance, sous le bienveillant parapluie américain. Le président Trump le dit et le répète, il ne dépensera plus pour la sécurité des Européens. Par ailleurs, il est également évident que le contexte géopolitique que nous connaissons, particulièrement dangereux et incertain, ne va pas s'améliorer dans les mois et les années qui viennent. Les investissements dans le domaine militaire sont donc indispensables, justement, pour préserver notre liberté, notre démocratie et notre modèle social. Même s'il est évident que celui-ci doit être aussi adapté à la réalité du moment. C'est pour cela que le groupe ALDE veillera à ce que les deux termes de l'intitulé du rapport, investissement social et investissement militaire, ne soient pas opposés dans le cadre de nos débats, tant ils constituent les deux faces d'une même pièce. L'un étant d'ailleurs très souvent au service de l'autre, et la situation en Ukraine aujourd'hui en est malheureusement une parfaite illustration. que seraient en effet les libertés et la préservation des droits si nous baissions les armes dans ce pays injustement agressé par son voisin russe. Merci.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to the members of the Standing Committee who wish to take the floor. Yes, Mr. Tonaritis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, honorable members. As head of the Cyprus delegation, I speak from the perspective of a small country that has endured the consequences of invasion and military occupation for over 50 years. Cyprus remains divided, an enduring reminder of how militarization can violate human rights and undermine peace. In this critical time of growing military expenditure, we must ensure that security policies respect human rights, uphold international law, and do not come at the cost of justice or democracy. For small states especially, the strength of multilateralization and the rule of law is our shield. Let us reaffirm that true security lies not in arms, but in rights, dialogue, and accountability. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tornaritis. Dear Nikos. Elizaveta Yasko.
Dear colleagues, I was thinking that I would better listen to what you say but then I felt that I have to say a few things because obviously, as Ukrainian, for me, security expenditure is very important. We voted for a number of laws that unfortunately had to increase our tax system to have more for our defense, so I don't need to explain that. But when I'm in different countries in Europe, and that's not a secret, that we are often now very surprised by naivety of many people believing that if you have Russian propaganda TV channels in your country, or if you do have, if you don't check financial flows of certain political movements that look suspicious or other things, your security is undermined. So I'm saying that definitely, whether we like it or no, we are in a moment of history when our security expenditures have to grow. Hopefully one day it can be stopped, but that's needed for all of us. Because if you don't fight those who want to undermine you, if you don't identify them, then they will win. So I believe that that's important to remind each of us that whether we like it or no, we need to invest in security.
Thank you, Elisaveta. Now, dear Andrei, you have 3 minutes to reply to the debate.
Ja, vielen Dank, liebe Kolleginnen, für die Beiträge. Ich würde gerne auf ein paar Punkte eingehen. Pablo Hispan hat auf die Friedensbewegung der 80er Jahre verwiesen, dass sie auf der falschen Seite der Geschichte gewesen seien. Ich will dazu sagen, wir hatten ja eine ganz große Friedensbewegung in Deutschland. Es ging um den NATO-Doppelbeschluss. Ich will daran erinnern, dass dieser NATO-Doppelbeschluss 2 Elemente hatte, nämlich die Stationierung der Pershing-Mittelstreckenraketen und die Perspektive eines neuen Abrüstungssystems, woraus der INF-Vertrag damals entstanden ist. Und es war erfolgreich. Der INF-Vertrag hat dazu geführt, dass die Mittelstreckenraketen sowohl auf sowjetischer Seite als auch auf westlicher Seite fast vollständig abgebaut wurden. Es war ein großartiger Erfolg eines sozusagen Rüstungskontrollregimes. Und der Druck der Friedensbewegung hat dazu beigetragen, dass das so gekommen ist. Also von daher, wir haben nämlich heute eine Situation, wir werden nächstes Jahr in Deutschland wieder Mittelstreckenraketen aufstellen, allerdings ohne US-Mittelstreckenraketen, allerdings ohne die Perspektive eines neuen Abrüstungsregimes wie in den 80er Jahren. Und das ist meine größte Sorge, dass wir überhaupt die Perspektive aus den Augen verlieren. Auch deshalb habe ich Guterres zitiert, weil er immer wieder darauf auch drängt, dass wir neue, jenseits auch des jetzigen Krieges in der Ukraine, jenseits dessen perspektivisch neue Abrüstungsregime brauchen. Ich freue mich, dass Lord Keane das gesagt hat, wir brauchen Transparenz über diesen Prozess. Das ist die Aufgabe der Abgeordneten, der Parlamentarier, der Parlamente. Es ist nicht immer gegeben. Und wenn man sich einfach die Dimension anschaut, vor der wir stehen, da entsteht ja eine enorme ökonomische Macht auch. Deswegen habe ich Eisenhower zitiert, der vor diesem militärisch-industriellen Komplex warnt. Da steht ja sozusagen auch eine ökonomische Macht. Und da ist es besonders wichtig, eben, dass Parlamente genau hinschauen, dass nicht solche Fälle wie jetzt, wie ich sie erwähnt habe, passieren, dass hier ordentlich geschmiert wird und sozusagen Korruption grassiert. Das ist, glaube ich, ein ganz zentraler Punkt, auf den wir uns einigen können, dass die Parlamente dringend hier maximale Transparenz und demokratische Kontrolle gewährleisten müssen. Ich bedanke mich für die Debatte. Es ist, wie gesagt, wahrscheinlich meine letzte. Und vielleicht komme ich aber auch wieder. Also freuen Sie sich nicht zu früh, wenn ich nicht mehr da bin. Vielen Dank.
Thank you, dear Andrei. In the spirit of President Eisenhower, who believed that public service is not a profession, but it is a duty owed by he said every man and woman, of course, every free citizen, I could add. I want to thank you very much, not just for holding office, but for holding fast to values. We come from different parties and ideologies, but I have to tell to my colleagues that working with you all these months as a president with the at the Presidential Committee, it was and it is an honor and a pleasure. Thank you so much for your contribution. Dear colleagues, now we are going to have a lunch break, and we will be back at the room at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock.
Why? Because we have the round table.
We have the round table at 4:30, so I want you to be connected with the round table and not to have two breaks which will spoil your day. So I call you back at 4 o'clock. This is a long afternoon break. I hope that you appreciate it.
And lunch is just served outside. Bon appétit.
Dear colleagues, please be seated. Dear colleagues, we will continue our meeting with the consideration of the report on the draft third additional protocol to the European Convention on Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters. The rapporteur of the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights, Mr. Vladimir Vardanyan, is here with us to present his report. Dear Vladimir, you have a total of 10 minutes, of which indicatively 7 minutes to introduce the debate and 3 minutes to reply at the end of the debate. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, the original European Convention on Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters was opened for signature in 1959 and entered into force in 1962. The Convention aimed to enhance cooperation between Member States in criminal investigations, evidence gathering, and facilitating the prosecution of suspects. At the time of its adoption, a significant part of the Convention focused on the means of cooperation available at the time, notably the use of letters rogatory to request procuring and transferring evidence. The Convention has been updated with additional protocols roughly every 2 decades, firstly in 1978 and secondly in 2001. Now in 2025, the European Committee on Crime Problems has finalized a draft third protocol and the Assembly has been asked to provide an opinion. Colleagues, the development of this convention is to be welcomed. The constant movement of individuals across borders, as well as the transnational nature of criminal activities and organizations, means that states cannot fight crime effectively without cooperating with each other. It is essential that this cooperation is as efficient and effective as possible, whilst retaining the necessary safeguards to protect fundamental rights. The draft third protocol aims to do this by taking account of modern technological developments to facilitate mutual assistance requests and make them more cost-effective, notably by prioritizing secure electronic communication in request procedures, by enabling hearings by video conference with relevant safeguards, by establishing procedures to facilitate the use of recording devices when the subject of an investigation enters the territory of another party, and establishing a procedure through which parties can make requests for the interception of telecommunication. A significant part of the draft third protocol is designed to facilitate international cooperation concerning state surveillance. The draft text sets out an improved legal basis for such cooperation with safeguards such as the obligation for the requesting state to indicate the reason why the purpose sought with the surveillance measure cannot be adequately achieved by other means of investigation, hereby facilitating a proportionality test and the possibility of refusing a request on the ground that such a measure wouldn't have been authorized under the law of the requested party. The draft third protocol therefore provides an improved legal basis for international cooperation to facilitate state surveillance. At the same time, given a context where the Assembly, the European Court of Human Rights and the Venice Commission have all highlighted inadequate regulation of state surveillance in many European states, particularly for spyware, the adoption of draft third protocol should be a wake-up call for the need for new efforts by states to ensure better regulation of state surveillance at the national level. In the light of above, the draft opinion proposed that the Assembly welcomes the draft third protocol and recommends that it be adopted by the Committee of Ministers and open for signature and ratification. At the same time, it should be accompanied by renewed efforts to ensure that state surveillance is carried out in an appropriate manner. This includes the full and timely implementation of judgment of the European Court of Human Rights, the adoption of the legal frameworks for the development and use of spyware, which include the minimum safeguards set out by the Venice Commission, the adoption of a recommendation on secret surveillance and human rights, and the elaboration of a legally binding Council of Europe instrument on the acquisition, use, sale and export of spyware, in line with our previous resolutions and recommendations on spyware. The draft opinion is not suggesting an amendment on these provisions of the protocol, as I believe there is no problem with the text as such, but it is important to reiterate that national and Council of Europe regulations on state surveillance and spyware should be improved. On the matter of hearings via video conference, I also suggest in paragraph 5 of the draft report for the draft explanatory report to the protocol to include that the accused or suspect should be guaranteed the right to follow the proceedings without technical impediments and the right to legal assistance, including effective and confidential communication with a lawyer. This reflects the case law of the European Court of Human Rights on Article 6 of the European Convention, which guarantees the right to a fair trial also in the context of hearings by video conference. The application of these safeguards is implied in the relevant provisions of the draft protocol, Article 2, paragraph 8, which state that the hearings via video conference shall be carried out in accordance with relevant international instruments, which obviously includes the ECHR for member states. But I believe it would be useful to include this in the explanatory report to the protocol for the sake of clarity. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Thank you, dear Vladimir. So, dear colleagues, the floor is now open for the debate. Who wishes to take the floor? Lord Keane, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues. It was on 13th May of this year that the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights unanimously adopted the draft opinion prepared by Mr. Vardanyan on the draft third additional protocol to the European Convention on Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters. And as the rapporteur mentioned, the draft protocol was initially drawn up by the Committee of Experts on the Operation of European Conventions on Cooperation in Criminal Matters. It was reviewed by the European Committee on Crime Problems and then submitted to the Committee of Ministers. On 19th March, the Committee of Ministers transmitted the draft protocol to the Assembly for a statutory opinion, and this request was referred to our committee, which then, of course, appointed Mr. Vardanyan as rapporteur. This opinion, as may have been noted, recommends that the draft protocol be adopted by the Committee of Ministers without amendments. At a time when criminal activities increasingly operate across borders, crime prevention and enforcement require stronger cooperation between states. This additional protocol aims to make such cooperation in criminal matters more effective while upholding essential safeguards to protect fundamental rights. As observed in the opinion, particularly relevant is the draft protocol's regulation and facilitation of international cooperation concerning state surveillance, a matter which is of great concern for the Assembly and indeed the Venice Commission. While the draft protocol introduces certain safeguards and procedural guarantees, it will also lead to increased use of a practice that still lacks adequate regulation in many member states, particularly with regard to spyware. Therefore, the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights believes that this new protocol should also serve as a reminder to member states to strengthen their oversight and legislative frameworks, ensuring that state surveillance is conducted in a lawful, necessary, and proportionate manner, and indeed in accordance with the standards developed by the European Court of Human Rights. As we've already called for in our previous recommendations on Pegasus, also emanating from our committee, the Committee of Ministers should take urgent and further steps in this matter and set clearer standards on secret surveillance and spyware. The Assembly and our committee will continue to follow these issues closely, and we are ready to work with the relevant intergovernmental bodies of the Council of Europe. So, colleagues, in an era where timely and effective cooperation in criminal matters is ever more necessary, I urge you to support this draft opinion, welcoming the draft third additional protocol, which updates legal frameworks and addresses previously unregulated areas, while also providing for some relevant safeguards. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Lord Keane. Octavia Moder. Octavia, you have the floor.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. J'aimerais d'emblée féliciter le rapporteur pour avis. Il semble qu'il soit en passe de devenir notre spécialiste des conventions en matière juridique. Merci Vladimir de ton rapport et j'exprimerai d'emblée au nom du groupe PPE notre soutien à son rapport et les conclusions qu'il vient de nous exposer en détail. Il est vrai que les activités criminelles deviennent de plus en plus transnationales, ou le sont déjà devenues, et nous pouvons employer aujourd'hui d'autres moyens et technologies en matière d'entraide judiciaire pénale, et donc la coopération internationale est de plus en plus de mise. Je me félicite que le rapporteur pour avis ait bien souligné qu'il faille donner les garanties nécessaires pour les droits de la défense et j'aimerais ajouter le droit de la traduction, droit à la traduction qui fait lui aussi désormais partie de l'acquis communautaire pour l'occurrence. Bon, la question des surveillants étatiques fait l'objet de certaines redoutes ou appréhensions, notamment par la Commission de Venise ou la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme. Et le rapporteur consacre une bonne partie de son avis à cette question. Il est en effet nécessaire de garantir que les procédures irrelatives suivent les normes et garanties internationales. Il faut éviter que la coopération transnationale renforcée ne soit pas entachée d'irrégularités, mais qu'elle soit exercée de manière adéquate, proportionnée et appropriée. Donc, oui, au projet du 3e protocole additionnel à la Convention européenne d'entraide judiciaire en matière pénale, qui est également ouverte à des États tiers. Et tout cela est devenu nécessaire à la lumière des agissements criminels de plus en plus transnationaux et transfrontaliers. Permettez-moi d'ajouter, cela ne veut pas dire qu'il faille battre en brèche les accords de Schengen, dont c'est le 40e anniversaire le mois prochain, car si les criminels franchissent en effet les frontières, ce n'est pas à la frontière même qu'on les arrêtera. Merci.
Thank you, Octavia. Is anybody else who would like to take the floor? So, Mr. Vadanya, Vladimir, you have 3 minutes to respond.
Thank you so much for the comments. Yes, somehow I started to be specialized in the statutory opinions. This is the second one in this year. I would like to emphasize two very important questions. The first, yes, internalization of the crimes and cross-border criminal activities is one of the pillars of developing of such international tools for fighting international criminality. Another issue which was raised and made it necessary is digitalization of our cooperation on international level. When the convention was adopted, everything was based on the paper. Now we are thinking about more rapid sources of transferring information, and this is one of the aims of the contemporary situation and the draft opinion, the draft additional protocol. So for sure, one of the main problematic issues is the spyware usage, and we raise this in the opinion because it is one of the most alarming thing. But I would like just to say that in this perspective, and from the perspective of criminal investigation, the using of the spyware is not the biggest problem, because here we have at least safeguards, because the relevant courts and relevant authorities of the states should provide necessary legislative background for the possibility of using the spyware. And as I told, and it was written in the report, that it should be used only as a last resort for the assistance in criminal matters. For the safeguards, thank you, Octavia, for mentioning the issue of interpretation in the explanatory note as well as in the draft additional protocol. It was mentioned, it is mentioned that where it would be necessary, the interpretation should be provided by the requested state, and this is one of the main safeguards from the linguistic perspective. Dear colleagues, for sure we need to have a unified legal guarantees for the fighting international criminality, and here for sure having the necessary instrument which would regulate also the usage of spywares would be very welcomed. And we do believe that Committee of Ministers sooner or later will start its activities on the preparation of the binding instrument which is aimed to regulate the usage of spyware in all the domains. For sure, last but not the least, we cannot taken into account the European Court of Human Rights judgments in implementation, because this is one of the main possibility to guarantee the realization, the proper realization of the of the safeguards established in this convention. And I do believe that those countries who wouldn't be the part of the Council of Europe but would become the party to the additional protocol to the European Convention would also follow the general requirements of the provisions established in the relevant judgment of the European Court of Human Rights, using this as a somehow customary law, and which would be considered as the standards for implementation of Human Rights Convention in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Vladimir. Lord Keane, would you like to take the floor as the chairperson of the Committee on Legal Affairs?
Well, I think I took the floor rather prematurely, but I hope that I made our position clear as a committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So the debate is closed and we're going to vote now. The Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights presented a draft opinion to which no amendments have been tabled. We'll proceed to vote on the draft opinion contained in document 16173. To be adopted, the 2/3 majority is required. All those in favor, please show. Those against? Abstentions? No. The draft opinion contained in document 16173 is adopted unanimously. My congratulations to the rapporteur and the committee. We now come to the consideration of the report on expenditure of the Parliamentary Assembly for the biennium 2026-2027. The rapporteur of the Committee on Rules, Ethics and Immunities, Mr. Christophe Bricco, is here with us to present his report. Dear Christophe, you have a total of 10 minutes, as you know, of which indicatively 7 minutes to introduce the debate and 3 minutes to reply at the end. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I will continue in French. Le projet de rapport est préparé dans le cadre des discussions sur le budget du Conseil de l'Europe pour le second biennum 2026-2027 du programme et budget 2024-2027. Comme à chaque cycle budgétaire, l'Assemblée parlementaire adopte une résolution portant sur ses dépenses conformément à la résolution 5338 du Comité des ministres et à l'article 20 du règlement financier du Conseil de l'Europe. S'agissant du contexte, le programme et budget 2024-2027 a été élaboré et adopté à la suite du 4e sommet des chefs d'État et de gouvernement du Conseil de l'Europe qui s'est tenu à Reykjavik les 16 et 17 mai 2023 et s'appuie sur les priorités politiques identifiées par les chefs d'État et de gouvernement. Pour la première fois depuis 2007, afin de donner au Conseil de l'Europe les moyens de mettre ces priorités en œuvre, le budget de l'organisation a été augmenté de 12%. L'engagement politique et l'effort financier des États membres méritent d'être salués. Durant la période 2024-2025, avec une hausse de 8,3% de son budget, l'Assemblée a renforcé la mise en œuvre des priorités du sommet, notamment par la préparation de nombreux rapports sur les conséquences politiques, juridiques et humanitaires de la guerre contre l'Ukraine et la création d'un réseau parlementaire pour les enfants d'Ukraine, le maintien de la démocratie et la lutte contre le backsliding, le soutien aux élections démocratiques, la participation des jeunes aux délibérations et activités de l'Assemblée, notamment grâce au mécanisme de participation des jeunes à la PCE, et je crois que c'est notre table ronde juste après, la contribution parlementaire à la mise en œuvre des arrêts de la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme, la dimension parlementaire de l'intégration du droit à un environnement sûr, propre, sain et durable en tant que droit humain, les aspects juridiques et droits humains de l'utilisation de l'IA, l'engagement avec la société civile et les forces démocratiques du Bélarus, notamment avec institutionnalisation de la participation d'une délégation des forces démocratiques du Bélarus aux activités de l'Assemblée, le lancement d'un dialogue avec les forces démocratiques de la Fédération de Russie également. Durant la période 2026-2027, l'Assemblée devrait continuer à apporter une dimension parlementaire aux priorités de Reykjavik en renforçant son action dans les domaines suivants. Le soutien à l'Ukraine en mettant l'accent sur les questions de responsabilité et sur la situation des enfants. La dimension parlementaire et de la mise en œuvre des arrêts de la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme, en particulier par le biais d'un réseau parlementaire. La contribution à la mise en œuvre du pacte pour la démocratie, notamment en assurant sa dimension parlementaire, y compris à travers les activités de coopération dans le domaine des élections démocratiques, le renforcement de l'engagement avec la société civile du Bélarus et de la Fédération de Russie, et la mise en œuvre du mécanisme de participation des jeunes à la PCE. La promotion et la mise en œuvre au niveau national de conventions clés, la dimension parlementaire du processus de Reykjavik pour le droit à un environnement sûr, propre, sain et durable en tant que droit humain, le renforcement du cadre d'intégrité de l'Assemblée parlementaire. Afin de mettre en œuvre les priorités ainsi affinées, plusieurs initiatives sont prévues. D'ordre structurel d'abord. Dans un effort d'optimiser la structure, la flexibilité et la souplesse de ces organes, l'Assemblée pourrait envisager de suspendre ou mettre en pause certaines sous-commissions. Dans le même temps, des structures et des méthodes de travail différentes, telles que des réseaux à durée limitée ou des activités de suivi des rapports, pourraient être développées en utilisant les économies d'efficacité générées par l'interruption de certaines autres activités. En matière de réforme et de modernisation, ensuite, développement de PaySap et optimisation de la préparation des comptes rendus grâce aux outils informatiques utilisant l'intelligence artificielle, générant des gains d'efficacité. En matière de méthode de travail, enfin, auditionner les experts en ligne lorsque cela semble approprié, afin de pouvoir bénéficier de la meilleure expertise internationale tout en réduisant les coûts liés au voyage ainsi que l'empreinte carbone de l'activité de l'Assemblée. Le passage à tout digital grâce à PaySap permet de réduire les coûts d'impression générant des économies. L'utilisation de l'IA devrait aussi permettre de réduire les coûts de traduction. Il est proposé de réinvestir les gains d'efficacité dans la mise en œuvre des priorités politiques et l'optimisation des structures. Redéploiement des ressources en personnel vers les secteurs clés, tels que la communication et la coopération, afin de permettre une plus grande diffusion et une meilleure visibilité des travaux de l'Assemblée et du Conseil de l'Europe au sein des parlements nationaux et auprès des parties prenantes concernées. Lancement de nouvelles activités de coopération et de renforcement des capacités des parlements nationaux, en particulier pour les aider à utiliser les technologies et les outils alimentés par l'IA dans le cadre de leurs activités parlementaires. Des besoins spécifiques de renforcement de secrétariat ont été identifiés afin de renforcer l'action de l'Assemblée, notamment dans la mise en œuvre du pacte pour la démocratie, dans l'interaction de la PCE avec les jeunes dans tous ses travaux, en apportant un soutien parlementaire à la mise en œuvre des arrêts de la Cour à travers un réseau parlementaire, dans la mise en place d'un solide cadre intégré au sein de l'Assemblée, ainsi que dans la conception et la mise en œuvre d'une stratégie de coopération avec les parlements au niveau national sur l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle dans les activités parlementaires. Enfin, la stabilité financière des groupes politiques doit être préservée, notamment en ajustant régulièrement l'enveloppe budgétaire consacrée au fonctionnement des groupes politiques à l'inflation, afin de garantir un fonctionnement viable et conforme aux règles en vigueur. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Christophe. Dear colleagues, now I will open the floor for the debate. Who wishes to take the floor? Heike, would you like to take the floor as the chair of the committee?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues. The draft resolution before us is fully aligned with the political priorities set out at the Reykjavik summit. With a historical 12% increase in the Council of Europe's overall budget, the first since 2007, our Assembly has been able to step up its efforts on the most urgent issues of our time, supporting Ukraine, defending democracy, promoting the right to a healthy environment, and addressing the challenges posed by artificial intelligence. Looking ahead to 2026 to 27, the draft report proposes to continue on this path, strengthening our integrity framework, modernizing our working methods and tools, and using our resources more efficiently. This report reflects a clear vision, an assembly that is modern, visible, and fully committed to democracy, the rule of law, and human rights. I therefore invite you to support this draft resolution that was adopted unanimously by the committee last April. Finally, as this is the last time I have the honor to taking the floor in this assembly, allow me a brief personal note to close. I'm proud that my final contribution as chair of the Committee on Rules, Ethics and Immunities is in support of a resolution that looks forward to the future of this assembly and of the Council of Europe. I want to thank you all for the strong work we had together, for the cooperation and your support in defending our values. In these times where the united Europe is in danger, where far-right wings get stronger, please keep on fighting for human rights, for the rule of law, for democracy. Thank you.
Okay, now I will give the floor to our Secretary General, Madame Dr. Despina Hajvasiliou. Despina.
Thank you, President. Heike left 1 minute and 10 seconds, so I would like...
I give you 2.
Thank you, you are very generous. I would like to thank the rapporteur and the committee for these proposals, and I would just wanted to draw your attention to the fact that it all looks easy here. We all agree about the request we will do for our budget to the Secretary General and the Committee of Ministers, but there will be a big fight to be given this autumn. And I would very much like to count on your support, immense support we will need from the rapporteur, but each one of you in your contacts with the Secretary General, with your ambassadors, that they realize that this Parliamentary Assembly is handling a budget that for the European Parliament is a little bit more than what they gave to renovate their restaurant. So thank you for your support, and I think together we will manage to keep on going and make this assembly stronger. Thank you.
Thank you, Despina. The debate is closed. Now we have the vote. The Committee on Rules, Ethics and Immunities presented a draft resolution to which no amendments have been tabled. We will now proceed to the vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16166. To be adopted, a simple majority is required. All those in favor, please show. Those against? Abstentions? Abstentions? No? The draft resolution contained in document 16166 is adopted unanimously. Congratulations to the rapporteur and the committee. Item number 14, other business. Is there any other business to be raised by any of my colleagues? So, dear colleagues, we close the Standing Committee meeting here. I want to inform you that our next meeting will be held in Chisinau, in the Republic of Moldova, on the 21st of November 2025. Before I close the meeting, I would like to inform you that you are all welcome for the next discussion, which will follow in less than 5 or 10 minutes. Please remain in the room, or you can have a coffee break for 5-10 minutes. No? No coffee break. Okay.
We bring the speaker. He's waiting.
You see who's the good guy and who's the bad guy here?
You had a good lunch break.
Yes, because I want to remind you that women have started at least 1 hour earlier this morning. Lord Keane.
I must apologize, but for travel reasons, I'm being taken away. Thank you for
Thank
the
you so
meeting.
much, Lord Keane. Have a safe trip back. Thank you. So,
I express my thanks to the interpreters as well and the Secretariat.
thank you so much. Please remain seated. We will start in a minute. Honorable Speaker, dear colleagues, dear youth representatives, it is an honor to speak with you today in Valletta as we confront one of democracy's most pressing questions. Will we empower those who must carry it forward? Young people today are not merely asking to be heard, they are demanding to be trusted, to be in charge of shaping the future they will inherit. At the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, we are responding. Our resolution 2553 last year, 2024, placed youth participation at the core of our work. We are preparing new reports on the role of youth in revitalizing democracy and youth movements for democracy, not to admire activism from a distance, but to integrate it into policy. Because this is not about offering a seat at the table, it is about co-owning the table. Across Europe, young people are leading, from climate justice to civic mobilization, and here in Malta, they are not the audience, they are the authors of change. As lawmakers, we must act in three key areas. First, institutionalizing youth participation through youth councils, quotas, and permanent dialogue structures. Second, supporting youth-led initiatives by offering funding, visibility, and access. And third, removing barriers from age restrictions and red tape to digital and social exclusion. Dear colleagues, dear friends, the future will not wait. Artificial intelligence, disinformation, economic transition, these demand critical thinking, digital literacy, and inclusive education. Democratic resilience depends on youth readiness. And let us remember the words of Pericles, one of the fathers of the ancient Athenian democracy. He said, "Just because you do not take an interest in politics doesn't mean politics won't take an interest in you." Democracy must not speak for youth. It must speak with them. Seen, heard, and in charge is not a slogan. It must become a democratic norm. That is why the Parliamentary Assembly is partnering with the Youth Department of the Council of Europe to create joint training modules for youth delegates, hosting regular youth hearings and integrating youth observers into committee work, expanding our youth delegates to the Assembly program to reach all 46 member states, and promoting youth inclusion across election observation, missions, and democratic resilience initiatives. These are steps, not solutions, but they mark a path forward. And this path we should walk together. Dear colleagues, I always finish my speech when I talk about the youth by saying this. According to some recent surveys, 35% of the youth do not trust democracy anymore. So we need to do a lot to make them trust democracy again. If we want the youth to trust democracy, first they have trust those who represent the democratic mechanism, those who are in the parliaments, in local authorities, etc. The second is, let us be clear, don't flatter the youth in any case. It's not always that the youth are right and not always that elder politicians or others are wrong. In the past, they were not, I'm talking about the youth, we were not listened, and I have experienced that. Nowadays, we should combine both experience of aging and new ideas of the youth. Together, we must act. Thank you for participating in this, in my opinion, very important meeting, and congratulations again to the Maltese presidency that put forward the discussion on the youth and participation. Thank you. I will now pass the floor to Honorable Angelo Farrugia, Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Parliament of Malta. Dear Angelo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, Honorable Secretary of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, Honourable Minister of Education, Sports, Youth and Research and Innovation, honourable members, distinguished members of the Assembly, young delegates and esteemed guests. For me, as Speaker of the House in Malta, it is an honour and a privilege to welcome you to Malta, our lion nation at the heart of the Mediterranean, for these important meetings of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. We are gathered here in a spirit of democratic cooperation, shared values, and common purpose, none more vital than the commitment we make today to our youth. The theme that unites us, and I quote, "Seen, heard, and in charge, our role in actively empowering young people," close quote, is more than a motto. It is a solemn responsibility. It calls on each and one of us, as parliamentarians and representatives of the people, to go beyond words and ensure that the voices of young people are not just acknowledged, but amplified in the chambers of decision-making. Too often, youth are told they are the leaders of tomorrow. But the truth is, they are already shaping our societies today. In climate action, in digital innovation, in social justice movements, and in peace building, young people are leading by example. Our duty is to ensure that the institutions we serve, including parliaments, assemblies, and councils, create the conditions for meaningful youth participation. This means that education that nurtures critical thought and civil courage. It means accessible platforms for dialogue and protest. It means eliminating barriers to youth candidacy in elections and reducing the age gaps between lawmakers and the lives they legislate for. It means funding. It means listening. It means trusting. But it means also sharing leadership. In Malta, I am glad to say, and we are proud of our youth engagement strategy, from the lowering of the voting age to 16 to the active participation of youth delegates in our national fora. Thanks to amendments introduced in recent years, and particularly those adopted in 2022, just 3 years ago, 6 members of parliament under the age of 30, I'm seeing one in front of me, Honorable Yves Bourgeonello, a 19-year-old, were elected, representing over 10% of our national legislature. This is not only a statistic milestone, it is, but it is not only that. It is a symbol of trust placed in our youth to legislate and also to lead at the highest level. Moreover, Malta remains one of the few countries in Europe where young people aged 16 and above can stand as candidates in the local elections, including for the role of mayor. This bold move has resulted in more than 20 local councils here in Malta, where 20 local councillors under the age of 25 currently also are serving across our municipalities. So few European nations, when you compare this, can claim such concrete steps towards institutional youth inclusion. While others have lowered voting ages or promoted youth engagement, our model, Malta's model, which combines early suffrage, candidacy rights at 16, the eligibility of 16-year-olds to run for local office, and also a parliamentary youth which exceeding 10%, this model stands as a leading European example, leading European model of youth empowerment in democratic processes. But we know also that representation without transformation is not enough. Inclusion must lead to influence. So as Speaker of Parliament here in Malta, I have the privilege of meeting also regularly with young activists, student leaders, and youth workers who are passionate about shaping a better world. Their message is very clear. They do not want tokenism. They want partnership. They do not seek permission. They demand recognition. They are not waiting. They are acting. But this is also requires honesty all across. We, as seasoned legislators and elder in public life, carry also a responsibility, not just to make room for youth, but also to ensure there is wisdom in the transition of leadership. Because change must be guided by reason, not by urgency. We cannot empower one generation by discarding the experience of another. Indeed, we must recognize that while young people rightfully seek to take their place at the helm, the knowledge accumulated through decades of public service cannot be cast aside. It is not a question of resisting change, but of ensuring that change builds on what is just and what is already working. The aim is not to replace one voice with another, but to harmonize them, to balance and freshness of new ideas with the maturity of lessons already hard learned. Passion must be paired with preparation. Energy must be channeled through structure. So today, with young people present and engaged, and the presence, and here, Honourable Minister of Education for Youth, we have the chance to move beyond statements into shared solutions. Let us equip our youth not only with rights, but with responsibilities. Not only with space, but with the tools to use it wisely. Let us teach not only how to speak, which is important, but also how to listen. You already mentioned that. Let us not simply hand over power, but shape a political culture where collaboration across generations becomes the foundation of lasting progress. So let us not forget that democracy is not inherited, it's not automatic, it is transmitted. If we fail to equip the next generation with both the courage to lead and the humility to learn, we risk building institutions that serve us nowhere. To the young people here, we see you, we hear you. Now let us walk forward together. Let us ensure that when our time to lead comes, you will be ready and we will be proud. And I quote Sir John Stuart Mill once wrote, and I think this is very effective, "The word of a state in the long run is the word of the individuals composing it." So let us make sure together we nurture the word together with vision, with responsibility, and with trust. Thank you very much.
So now the youth has the control.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I was not expecting to be excluded so fast.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our roundtable event. Without an actual roundtable, but we'll make it work nonetheless. Thank you so much for being with us this afternoon. When tasked with the responsibility of organizing a side event during our standing committee, I immediately wanted to take the opportunity to make young people the theme. We are living some very critical times. We have war and conflict in our continent, a climate change emergency, a mental health emergency, as well as other issues that may well affect one country more than they do another, such as threats to democracy, the backsliding of democracy, which as PACE members concerns us all. And I've always viewed the role that young people have to play in mapping out the present and the future of our society as the most critical one. Gone are the days in which we call on our leaders to hear what our young people have to say. I think the time has come to make sure that young people have an actual seat at the table. That is the only way to ensure that their dreams, well, our dreams, our aspirations, our concerns, are truly reflected in policymaking. And I've been waiting for this particular time, our presidency, because I believe it can be a very important period for young people across member states. We, of course, have put youth empowerment at the very heart of our presidency, and that has made me incredibly proud. But we've also just introduced youth rapporteurs at PACE as well, which is a very important step. And I also urge parliamentarians to engage more with the Council of Europe youth sector, who really do an incredible job. As a country, we have truly been trying to put young people at the center of our policy making. That doesn't mean we haven't got more to learn, more to do, but I do believe that Malta is very well placed to host such a dialogue today with regards to youth participation in democratic life, and also to share best practices and continue to carve out young people's fundamental role in promoting the Council of Europe's core values. And so I wanted to create an informal but meaningful space for dialogue and concrete collaboration between parliamentarians and young local change makers. In fact, some of my favorite young change makers are here today, and I welcome them to our event as well. Some of them I've known for years, and I know how passionate they are, how effective they are in what they do. And it makes me incredibly proud that we have such incredible activists here in Malta. I know some of them from my days in being a youth activist myself. I was leading the Labour Youth Forum when we introduced Vote 16 in Malta, so that has led me to make some incredible connections over the years. And so it does feel like a very full circle moment for me as well today. And so with that, I would like to introduce our distinguished guests today. We have our Honourable Minister for Education, Sport, Youth, Research and Innovation, Honourable Kriften Grima, welcome. We have Ms. Cherise Sultana, who is the President of the Maltese National Youth Council, Ms. Yevgenia Kravchuk, who you all know, who is the Chairperson of the PACE Subcommittee on Youth and the Society of the Future, and also Ms. Miriam Toma, who is the Chair of the European Steering Committee for Youth, Vice Chair of the Joint Council on Youth, and long-standing CEO of Malta's National Youth Agency. And so we have very distinguished guests who have youth at the heart of what they do every day, and so I'm very excited to bring on this discussion. I have no rules, but I would like interventions to be as short as possible, because I would like this to be an interactive session as much as possible. I would like to hear from you guys, but I would love to hear also from the young people who have made it here with us today. So with that, I would like to start with a general question to all the panelists, and then we open up to the floor as well. You all have a different perspective, and therefore I think asking the same question will have different results. And I'd like to ask, how significant is it that Malta, and hopefully more countries in the future, have put youth empowerment at the forefront of its presidency priorities? What are your hopes for the presidency, and are there any meaningful outcomes that you are hoping for? Maybe you can start, Minister.
First of all, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity of being able to share some thoughts about such an important subject. Welcome to our distinguished guest, Mr. President, Speaker of the House, and dear colleagues. Youths. Most of the time, whenever one speaks or thinks about young people, the first thing that comes to mind is the future. But young people are also a very important aspect of the present. They are the hope for a better future, that is a fact. But the fact that in our country, whenever you look at different public institutions at various levels, and there you see young people holding important roles, is indeed a testament to the fact that as a country, we believe that young people have a very important role to play. Honorable Kakia mentioned the introduction of Vote 16. I had the privilege of being the parliamentary secretary responsible for youth in the day. I remember the even heated discussions with Miriam Teuma, CEO of the National Youth Agency. And we were very clear about the fact that introducing Vote 16 wasn't just a part of a democratic process, but in reality it was part of something larger, showing young people in Malta that they can and that they must involve themselves in policymaker, in public life, and that was something which indeed I'm very proud of. The fact that during the years there were various amendments to our legislation which, as the Honourable Speaker rightly pointed out, the Parliament is composed of young parliamentarians as well. The fact that we are actively engaging youths in our country in order to participate in public life is testament to what we believe, and the results are there for everyone to see. Legislation has been amended over the years. Now we have also the possibility of having mayors being 16 years old, and that is something which we truly believe is a step in the right direction. And we also have a proactive youth agency, which is not a reactive one, but comes forward in order to ensure that we give different opportunities to younger generations in order for these to be involved in policy making. A point which I would like also to stress about. Recently, as a country, we introduced a new concept, the Youth Advisory Forum, which has a very important role in the policy making of our country. This particular forum, composed of young people, meets regularly together with the Prime Minister, and whilst having the privilege of sitting and hearing different opinions from young people about different subjects is indeed a privilege. It is also to be noted that the same forum is crucial in the formation of policies which then are also approved by Cabinet. This gives an idea that the younger generations, when given the chance to contribute, they can and will contribute. They will give value to discussions. Obviously, I consider myself as being a young politician. I'm 41. But even in Parliament, I look older, I know that. But even in Parliament, I can see colleagues who are 15, 18, 20 years younger than me. That means that we have to trust the younger generation to give their input. Because the way we reason, the way we think between generations is always different. It's bound to be different. And that's the added value of having representation in our different institutions, public institutions, which are composed of people coming from different generations. That is something which is very important. Another thing which I would love to point out, and I'm not reading the beautiful speech I had prepared, it was a short speech, just 90 minutes, nothing more, okay? Is the fact that in our educational system, we are working in order to ensure that young people are not afraid to speak, to build an argument, to debate, to understand that they can contribute, but above all, they must contribute. And that is something very important, something which, as the minister responsible for education, I find when I visit various schools, I meet with the various student councils, and children, literally children, even at primary level, give their input, give their ideas, because they live and experience the particular reality. And they want to be considered as an integral and important and central part of what they are living, of what they are experiencing. And their contribution is very important. I don't know the time allowed. I skipped it, okay. Usually the honorable speaker tells me to stop after a few minutes, especially during the parliamentary questions, no? Thank you for the, I'm all ears in order to hear what our colleagues have to say. Last point, we are indeed a product of our past. Let's ensure that the young people can shape the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues. I feel a bit of a pressure being the only non-Maltese at this table speaker. Indeed, it's very good that you decided to have the roundtable, the side event, ahead of the 6 months presidency and activities, and to give some ideas what lies in the future. And I think that PACE could be a great partner in this time that you hold the presidency. I don't know how it was probably coincidental from the one side, but on the other side, this format that PACE had introduced was the youth rapporteurs came just right. And hopefully we will have the first exchange of the youth rapporteurs during the Cultural Committee hearing in June, when we can bring everyone together, and at least those who will participate in the June session. And we will have a resolution in October about the youth participation, and probably even in January. So it will be followed by a lot of parliamentary discussions. What I think, as well, relatively young parliamentarian as well, we do need to find the way to communicate about democracy and why it's important to be engaged. Because you're absolutely right that it's about the present, it's not about the future. So probably the subcommittee should be renamed the Subcommittee on Youth and Society of the Present, not the future. In any case, we do see some worrying signs and data shows that, for example, I don't know, in France, 31% of young people under 30 think that there are better forms of governance than democracy. A lot of young people feel betrayed, not heard, so it's good that you see it. You have to be seen, you have to be heard, and you have to be engaged. So obviously, part of it is the right communication. So, and for this, you need to have a space for communication, and that's why it's important to to use every opportunity for the exchange. And obviously, it has to be, as the Speaker of the Parliament said, you need to help with finance, because if the young person cannot reach you, cannot come to any of the meeting, cannot have the opportunity to meet somewhere in the youth center or to have the youth council, then you cannot see them. For example, in Ukraine, even during the full-scale invasion, the number of youth councils in different either local communities or even ministries had risen. We added youth councils in all of the ministries in the parliament on the local level, so it has to be, you need to have a space. And then communication as it is. When we had this small break between the standing committee and an hour and a half, and me and my colleague Alexei Honcharenko, who is doing probably some communication work in his phone, we just, walked around, and a young boy from Ukraine, came to us. Well, I am wearing the trident, so it's obvious that, I'm from Ukraine, but I think that it's because Alexei is very good in communication and has a lot of social media accounts and is responsive and basically is available for different audience, of different generation. And we need to think as politicians and Council of Europe a space how to be understandable, how to put the information, what we do, because it sounds a bit boring, the resolution convention, blah blah blah, but it stands on the everyday life. So young people, and not very young people enjoy the human rights because there is the convention, there is a respect for human rights. And you said about backsliding, again, our generation and the young generation, Ukrainian generation is experiencing war, but most of the countries after the Second World War had been living in peaceful life, normal life, and they think it, they take it for granted that, well, look at us, there is always someone who wants to take your freedom and to do something with the human rights, with the freedom of speech, and so on and so forth. So I think that's a sort of homework for us, how to be understandable, how to be open, and how to be interesting. Thank you.
Hi, so I come from the National Youth Council and I'm the youngest on this table. So as Malta's presidency, it explicitly centers on youth engagement, democratic participation, and also youth rights as its core principles. This signals a shift between seeing youth as passive beneficiaries to actually recognizing youth as the essential partners within decision-making bodies. As we are seeing right now, there is a democratic backsliding in Europe and there are threats to our human rights. And having Malta actually explicitly its core principles around youth, it is a strategic investment to show how important youth are for democratic resilience. Democracy is fragile, and now we are seeing how we cannot take democracy for granted. And through that, we see how youth participation is really important, not only for the future, but also in the present. As the National Youth Council, we've already spoken about Vote 16. We advocated for Vote 16 back in 2013. We also advocated for lowering the candidacy age back in 2023. And now we have youth that are part of local councils and also as parliamentary members, such as Yves Borgbonello. And that is so important for us because we have youth empowerment and we have people that are recognizing youth and the importance of youth. Something that I'm seeing that it can be of an impact is Malta will actually be doing a blueprint for other European countries for them to follow suit and create long-lasting structures, changes such as institutionalized youth participation within parliaments and also anything else that resolves around youth. Thank you.
So thank you. I'm the eldest now, not the youngest here. soon on my way to retirement. So I've been in this for a long time. I mean, I try to look young, but I'm not as young. I mean, you asked us about youth empowerment. I mean, what comes to mind when I hear youth empowerment is an asset-based approach youth policy. I think what Malta has been doing in the last years is really trying to implement an asset-based approach towards youth policy rather than the negative or problem-based approach to youth policy. And this is why young people feel more empowered, and this is why young people feel closer to the policy process than maybe in some other countries. We never look at young people as problems. We always look at young people as an asset. Young people full of energy, young people who bring ideas, which may and sometimes do make us argue, but in reality, it's what keeps us going. And it's what keeps us young as well, because that energy, those new ideas, those challenges make adults, politicians and civil servants like me young, and they keep them young. So that's the idea that we have been trying to promote here in Malta, and to be honest, I think it is a success. And why? Because young people are close to the politicians, young people are close to the civil servants, young people still go and vote, young people still participate, and are interested in participating. Of course, there's apathy. Of course, sometimes young people are not available because of their exams, because of their new job. But if we are patient, if we want to listen, if we are always available for them, young people are always there to participate. I mean, one thing that I think perhaps I was speaking to the minister now when we came in, and I said sometimes we don't realize, what we do, and we take it so for granted. We are always available. The minister is always available to young people, the civil servants are always available to young people. Over here I see several National Youth Council presidents who have been there whilst I've been taking up this job. Sometimes they message me at 10 o'clock in the evening. Should I answer them? Or you might say, do you answer them? And I say, yes, I do. And sometimes I do message them also at 10 o'clock because I know that that's the time when I can get an answer back. And this is what makes young people then believe, trust, and trust in an authority. And I think, so it's these little things. Besides that, we have built a structure, which is the agency, which focuses on the education of young people, on the skills to participate. Young people need to learn to participate as much as we have learned to participate. We might have learned through experience. Young people also learn through experience, but we can also have a privilege on, in a way, teaching in a non-formal way on how to participate. And this is what the role of the agency is. And it's always offering programs from a very early age for young people to debate, to learn how to take part in things, to be active, what it means being an active citizen, and so on. And start taking them to Parliament since when they're young, then when they're adolescents, and then it goes back to the National Youth Council to take them as young people to Parliament and continue debating and also engaging themselves in policy making. One last thing. You have asked us, what do you hope to reach from the presidency? What are your goals? So really it's youth empowerment, but what concretely are we going to do? And in a way, concretely, we're going to organize a big event for those who are involved in the work of young people, which will happen next week. And this would shape the youth work education, the idea of educating for participation, the youth work education for the future. So 500 youth leaders and youth workers will be meeting next week to, in a way, pave and decide on a roadmap on what should be the priorities for Europe. And then in October, we will be holding a youth ministerial conference, which we haven't had for the last 13 years. And our idea is, and not an idea now, we really want it, and this is, hopefully it will happen. I mean that we pass through a declaration which, in a way, forges further democratic participation. I stop here because I'm sure we will continue talking. It would be nice. It would be nice to listen to some of the voices that I haven't listened for some time, because now they're no longer so young and they don't come to the agency anymore. Although they're still young. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Miriam, I think you perhaps anticipated my follow-up question, because you made a point about apathy. I wanted to make reference also to the resolution that we passed at PACE a few months ago in the Parliamentary Assembly, which was called Strengthening the Youth Perspective in the Work of the Parliamentary Assembly, which I know you have worked so hard on, and I want to congratulate you once again on that. But I will be using that resolution as reference throughout the debate, and it also helps to introduce our work to the young change makers who are present here today as well. The resolution does note that, regrettably, young people are underrepresented in Parliament and do not engage sufficiently with traditional politics due to legislative and other barriers, prejudices, and a lack of opportunities. This reinforces their disenchantment with political life. And while that may not be the same for every country, I think when we were speaking at a Council of Europe event, we have to be very mindful of the European context as well. So my question is, to the panel and also to anyone who wants to contribute from the audience, how do we actually break this barrier? How do we better integrate youth voices in our policy making? How do we bring young people and policymakers and politicians around the same table? So it's free for anyone who wants to answer that for me. The name. Francesco from the Youth Advisory Forum, I guess.
Yes.
Right?
Thanks a lot. Thank you for the word and for this opportunity. I'm a member of the Youth Advisory Forum, and I wanted to go back a bit to when I was 8 years old. So from the age of 8, I had the opportunity to shape and contribute to local decisions in the Children's Local Council, and then moved on to programs from the National Youth Agency, like Young Parliamentarians and the Model European Parliament, to now the Youth Advisory Forum, where we contribute to policies by the government. My point is that from the age of 8 to now 17, I had the opportunity to have a voice, to contribute to what is happening in our communities and our country. And I think that is the most important thing and the goal that we should reach in all 46 member states of the Council of Europe. That youth never feel powerless and never feel voiceless, so they don't have to resort to extremism to reach their point. They don't have to go out of democracy because they don't feel represented. So we need to make sure that our institutions are open to the youth, like events like today and the priority of the presidency of Malta, so that we move and break that barrier and youth can engage properly in our discussions. So thanks a lot, and I really encourage that we take this forward to the communities that feel most disassociated to our current political world. Thank you.
I can answer a little bit that. I mean, at the moment we're working on a reference framework on the youth perspective. I mean, and you have asked me how can we break the barriers. And I mean, our conceptual element of this framework that we're working on at the Council of Europe level has got 4 pillars: think, learn, participate, and act. And I think if our way of working with young people keeps in mind these 4 pillars, so we have to have to think about youth and have a positive attitude, as I was saying in my former thing. We have to have a positive attitude towards youth. So that's what Think Youth is all about. Many times the media portrays youth always as negative. They're the bad lot in society. I have always looked at young people as positive. I mean, young people always have something to give us. So think youth. Learn with youth. It's not me teaching them. It's us learning together. She's my colleague. I treat her as one of my colleagues. I never look at her. I mean, there is, I think, a 40-year difference between us two. And I learn from her. So learn with youth, participate with youth. I mean, doing activities together, participate with youth, and then act. I mean, they have to see us adults acting as well. It's useless them coming to us and saying, we want free public transport. This might be a big thing, and we might say, this is mad. But if we start at least thinking, learning about it, participating in the discussion, and then maybe some ideas would come to act, I think that would be a way on how to break barriers. Thank you.
Well, I just want to add that there are a lot of opportunities to meet young people from your countries or other countries when we are in Strasbourg during the sessions, because luckily youth department, youth centers are now just bringing together the schedule of Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe and the schedule of activities, the calendar of activities. And in Strasbourg, there are a lot of young people each session. And I meet them every session, and sometimes they complain that they do not get a reply from their own delegations, national delegations, for the meetings. So I encourage, the groups also to invite young people for group discussions. Just bring the topic, we do it and all that. And as well, engage with your, young people from your country when they come and they ask and they knock, write emails. That's sometimes even there is more availability to do rather than there is a parliamentary work and everyone's running with the votes and everything at your home country.
Thank you so much. Minister, do you want to say a word?
If I might, just a few seconds. From what we are hearing and what we are discussing, there is a clear challenge for policymakers, and this is not an issue related to Malta, but a more general issue related to all of Europe, where we agree that youth engagement matters, of that I'm sure. But the challenge is to transform formal structures to really accommodate youth involvement and ensure that they are important stakeholders in decision making. I believe that the basis of all this discussion is centered around this thing, moving beyond symbolic gestures into real, tangible structures which ensure that young people can really contribute and be part of the decision-making process.
Thank you so much. I'm going to take the liberty now and give the floor to our youngest parliamentarian in Malta. So Eve Borg-Bonello, here with us today, was elected when she was just 18 years old. And I think her perspective and her insight is very important to a debate like this one. I think her experience is a unique one. I believe you were the youngest elected parliamentarian in Europe. Is that, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that there will be anyone much younger than you. So I will give the floor to you to give us your experience as well as a young activist and now a young parliamentarian, the youngest being 18 years old.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kakia, for holding this side meeting and also making it a point to involve a lot of young change makers. I would like to first start by posing a question to everyone in the room. Why do we believe in democracy? Why do we believe democracy to be the supreme system of governance, as opposed to tyranny, dictatorship, or even bureaucracy? Because legitimacy comes only from a sacred mandate handed over by the people. It's a check and balance, and it is only interrupted and abused by politicians who do not respect it and try to diminish the value and the power of it. Hi, my name is Yves Borg-Bonello, and I was elected to Maltese National Parliament at the age of 18. Youth activism holds a very special place in my heart. My involvement in politics came way before the elections. I remember when I was 12, I attended my first protest over environmental degradation. I was also part of Extinction Rebellion Malta, which led a successful campaign resulting in Maltese Parliament declaring a national climate emergency. At 16, as a sixth form student, I organized my friends, my peers, and other students like me to protest the backsliding of the rule of law in Malta in the wake of the assassination of investigative journalist Daphne Caruana Galizia. If you were to ask me, I'd say that democracy is so supreme and undisputed because we trust people to decide how they want to be governed. And perhaps, maybe controversially, I believe that people are never wrong in their choice because it's theirs. It is their choice. And people always get the governments and the parliaments that they deserve. Now, I understand that perhaps this passion, maybe obsession with politics in terms of young people is more often than not the exception rather than the rule. But I find that through my role, when I do engage with young people, when I do engage with students, behind maybe a cool, apathetic demeanor, they do care. They do care about their country, they do care about politics, and they have very, very strong opinions. The problem is we don't listen to them. And of all those opinions and values that young people hold, democracy is always the strongest. Just look through the history of Europe, the fall of the Berlin Wall, Malta's history. It was always young people at the forefront, standing up and defending democracy and democratic values. For this reason, I would like to present some feedback in terms of the PACE delegation proposal on having reserved seats for young people in Parliament. I am deeply opposed to any form of electoral quota, even if I do recognize the goodwill behind it. Last election, Malta made use of a gender quota mechanism, whereby 20% more seats were added to Maltese Parliament reserved for the female runners-up of the election. I was elected through the system, and I'm not ashamed to say that I can't stand it, even more so as time goes by. Male candidates ran entire campaigns, quiet campaigns, over why people shouldn't vote for women because they're getting elected anyway. Unfortunately, today, we see a lot of media painting women, especially women elected to the system, as if they're sort of the kiddie table of Parliament. What I do firmly believe in is equality of opportunity rather than equality of outcome. Getting young people involved in a very practical way. Ground campaigns, civic education, and real platforms for their ideas. I know firsthand the struggles of young candidates. My campaign budget last election was €500 that I saved up. I contested 3 weeks before the election. In comparison, my direct competitors had been campaigning for years and spending well over 30 times as much as my budget. But how did I get elected despite all this? I focused on engaging with people and not seeing them as numbers. And I can attest that the best way to prove doubters wrong is not by making big deals over shattering glass ceilings, but to listen, to constantly provide concrete results, to show you mean business and have a clean track record to back it, not having a ticket to skip the queue. I am certain that had Malta not made use of this gender quota mechanism, more women would have gotten elected organically. In fact, last elections saw less people vote for women in comparison to elections where the system was not in place. So if we do want young people in politics, we need to pay for it. We need to put our money where our mouth is. I make this comparison to the gender element because it's just as it stands for youth, it stands for women, and the other way around. In Malta's case, we need to make Parliament more accessible. We need MPs to be full-time. In Malta, we don't have resources for this currently. In Malta, MPs don't even have a single assistant, let alone resources for research, or even an office. If we want professional and impactful politics, regardless of the representative, we need to invest in it. We need to invest in youth. We need to invest in the future. If we want young people in our democratic systems, let's show their impact. Let's invest in them and have an education system turning out critical thinkers and entrepreneurs, not obsessed with parroting outdated syllabi, but single-mindedly focused on the future and absolutely relentless to get there. So that's my message to the committee. Let's invest in youth. The future and the present is ours. Thank you.
Do we have any more contributions from the floor at the moment? I would love to hear from, yes, Saskia, yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your statement. I think I will call it. It's one out of my heart. And I am chairing the SOC committee, and we work for this year and last year in a very intense way with people, young people in our reports, and I'm very enthusiastic about it. We talked about sexual education with youngsters, and we learned that you all know way more than we thought you knew. And we also worked on the topic of healthy food and sustainable food, and we work with people of underprivileged situations and how important young people could very clearly describe how that would hinder their health, but also of their parents, and why they were worried about that and why we needed to address that. So I have actually one question, because I see in many of the standardized platforms that we work together, I see extremely, how can I say it politely, well, young people who do well. They come from good backgrounds, they know, they are able to travel. For example, we work with people out of Paris, the young people out of Paris. They had never been to the center of Paris. They had only been in the suburbs because they did not have money to go with the bus or the tram or the metro to the rest of Paris. So how can we also get to a more equal balance in the youth representation? Do you have any idea how we could do that? Thank you very much. And I'm very happy that we are here and that you are here too. I already asked all my colleagues that I also want to have an age of 16 and a mayor of 16 in my country. That would be so wonderful. Thank you.
Anyone else from the floor? Yes, Ramona. Sorry, can I give the floor to yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I ask the floor because I would like to share with you an interesting program organized by the Portuguese Parliament called the Youth Parliament. It invites students from elementary and high schools across the country to actively participate in democratic life by simulating a parliamentary process. Each year, a national topic is chosen for debate: climate change, gender equality, democracy, and other issues of political or social life. And schools form students' parties, hold elections, and engage in debates to develop proposals. The most active and engaged students are selected to represent their schools in a national session held in the Portuguese Parliament in Lisbon. This initiative is about 20 years, promotes critical thinking, public speaking, teamwork, and a deeper understanding of democratic values. It also helps bring politics closer to younger generations, showing them that their voices matter and that they can be agents of change. So I think it's a very interesting program, and I would like to show you that there are some initiatives that bring the youth people to the parliament, to the democratic life. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing such a practice. We do have something similar as well. You can comment on that.
So something that the National Youth Council has been taking care of last years, since 2002, has been the National Parliament. This is all done by the National Youth Council, and the National Parliament actually collaborates with us. So it is taken care by youths, and it is something that during all these years that has been happening, we've seen a lot of influential people that are now part of Parliament that actually took part of this, and it helped them a lot with recognizing what it's like to be an actual politician. So I think we're already, as the National Youth Council, we've seen that actually to break this barriers, to have more youth participation, is that youth need to be given more civic spaces to speak, to take part, and we are actually doing that as the National Youth Council, but we do believe that there needs to be done, more. Actually, now that we have 16, we do believe that there needs to be civic education obligatory in each school, and it's not on a voluntary basis that the school takes upon, because I know that Agencia Zaza are offering voluntary programs for schools. I do believe that youth need to be political literate, and they need to learn more, and through civic education we can actually break this barrier, because they will understand more what it is to be an active citizen, and to understand more how to be part of a youth-led organizations, to just break that barrier for them and to make them understand more why their voice is so important. And whenever consultations come, it's not only about being part of that consultation, but to actually be part of the policy process. I do believe that when we get youths and show them that they are important and they are actually co-managing a policy, I think that is one of the important things, to actually break this kind of barrier. And I think something else, it might sound a little bit controversial, it might be that as Malta, maybe we can, like Belgium, we can actually do mandatory votings. I think that will actually help to have more youth participation, and I know that it's actually working for Belgium. So I think we can see this as all member states to look at this and not at the youth quota for now. I think that should be the last resort, because how Yves Bourdieu said, sometimes it can be seen as unfair, and youth might not be given the same stand as adults. So I do believe that that should be the last resort, and mainly we look at civic education, voting age, the voting being mandatory, and also helping more youth organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for this interesting discussion. I was late for this discussion because I have just been to a funeral of a young person from my hometown. And the church was full. This young person who died suddenly was a person who really contributed in our local community, and it made me reflect of the contribution that young persons can give to our communities. And when I saw all those persons, it made me think that youths are not interested, the majority of them, in partisan politics, but they are interested in how they can contribute, and they are interested as well in how they can achieve their potential. And looking at the local media just today, I believe that the minister and also some persons who are present today mentioned, they have just been from a youth advisory forum, which is advising the cabinet on important issues. And I commend this initiative, and I also commend the good work which the Minister for Education and Youth is doing, Clifton Grima. Just today there was a news that the government is giving 500 euros to families for each child who continues to study in that family. And also, speaking about achieving potential, the minister declared that from next September, the skills school in MCAST will start finally to operate, because previous government had closed down or had discontinued the skills school, which is so much important for those persons, for those youths who are interested in achieving potential in skills rather than academic potential. So I believe that is the way to go. One last thing. I am a mother also, besides being a member of parliament, I am a mother of 3 kids, 8 years and twins of 5 years. And when I was pregnant with the twins, my mother-in-law told me, now I think that you will work part-time, no, not full-time. And I told her, why don't you ask your son if he is going to work part-time? We have to change the stereotypes. And I believe that the gender mechanism, the corrective gender mechanism, because it's not a quota which we have in Parliament, the gender mechanism which is in the Maltese Parliament can help to achieve that. But as a member of Parliament, the law states that the gender mechanism works for the least representative sex gender. So as a member of Parliament, I will work so that the next election, and those elections which ensue, especially till my kid, Stella, 8 years old, comes of voting age, we will not be, us women, the less represented sex, and either men will be the less represented sex, or otherwise, automatically, we will not need to use the gender mechanism. And that is my wish for the future, and that is for what I will work as a member of Parliament. Thank you.
Yes, Jorvin, and then...
Thank you, and thank you for organizing such an interesting discussion. Just as a small introduction for my CV, I have been active in youth activism since I was 12. In fact, Miriam knows me very differently from what I look today. And I have climbed up the ladder step by step. I have been involved locally as a young activist also in the National Youth Council, and also participated in the National Youth Parliament. But I'm also the first Maltese vice president of a pan-European organization within the socialist family. I come from the Labour Party, and I am the successor of Naomi, whom I am so proud and truly proud of her work and all of that she's doing right now. She's making us really proud that young people can actually take up such roles, including being government whip, which is not an easy task. And as I told you, I am the president of the Labour Youth Organization in Malta. From this discussion, I truly believe in the principle of intergenerationality. So that's key. And I have been looking into what the other speakers were saying, and I truly commend on the initiative for calling this discussion or entitling this discussion with the team being seen, being heard, and being in charge, because after all, that is what truly matters to start making change, no? Being seen means ensuring that youth are represented in leadership structures, policy-making bodies, and community forums. We've mentioned the Youth Advisory Forum. Being heard goes beyond taking consultation. Young people's voices must shape the agenda, not just comment on it. And hence, I would like also to mention the free gym membership scheme that you, as minister, have also pushed forward. That idea came from a movement of young activists who are promoting healthy lifestyles and sports, and also being in charge, which means trusting young people with real responsibility and power. And Naomi is a true testament of that. She is responsible for a parliamentary group, which is not easy to be in such a role at a very young age, also being a woman, if I may add. So I truly wish that this discussion takes that into consideration. I believe that local political parties also have quotas which ensure young people are represented in their party structures. So at least the major political parties which are represented in Parliament today, the Labour Party, which is in government, and the Nationalist Party, which is in opposition. So I truly think that works, and please do explore more possibilities to give us young people the opportunity to make change. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the lovely comments. I see also that our president wants to take the floor, which makes me feel very powerful at the moment.
So, you may know that as a president, I don't have the right to vote. I don't have the right to express myself while I'm a president, but I think that I can express myself by adding some thoughts to my initial remarks, which you have heard. The first is a question, how do we define the term youth? Let me tell you a story. I entered journalism. First of all, I was elected as a president of my high school when I was 15 years old. So I was interested in politics since I was very young. I entered in journalism before I became 18 years old, simultaneously with my studies. And it was the time that we had not only newspapers, but a bit later, private radio, private TV. So I was one of the pioneers in my country, Greece, in private radio and private TV. And let's say someone who was recognized walking on the road. 1996, I was born in 1963. So 1996, I was 33 years old. And I was invited by the University of Athens to conduct a lesson about debate and politics, debating in politics. And it was about TV, journalism, and politics. 3 months later, after my first lessons, a young boy, 18 years old, he raised a hand and he said, "May I have the license to tell you something personal?" I said, "Yes, sure. You old guys must live from TV. You must go home." I was 33. But why did he say that? Listen, there's something logical. Because this boy, 18 years old, by his 10 years old, age 10 years old, he was watching me on TV. So he was bored of me. He thought that I'm someone who was like 85, 95, 155. So how do we define the term youth? This is the first, and accordingly, I want to say that we break barriers, but we must not build new barriers. This is the first point. The second point, we talk about the choice of the people, we talk about being in charge, that means, of course, responsibility, but also we have to talk about producing results, because responsibility comes with results, productivity. And of course, we have to have in our mind that we are participating under the light of criticism. Choice is an interesting idea. Of course, this is democracy. I am proud to come from a country or from the city that's born democracy. But I never forget that the big philosopher, the great philosopher Socrates, was killed by the choice of the people. Not always the choice is the right choice. I want to quote Socrates when he said, "I cannot teach anybody anything. I can only make them think." So this is what we try to do in the Assembly. We cannot teach anybody anything. We try to make people think. And if I may, I would add a challenge which coincides with the presidency of Malta. I have appraised Malta for the initiative to put youth in front. Let me add the challenge, and now I'm doing it as a president of the Assembly. Why don't you try in the next 6 months to write a paper? What should I have done different than the Parliamentary Assembly in cases that we're going to be involved? What should you have done different? So this is a challenge to get involved and give us real proposals of what could we have done different. This is not a challenge to insult anybody. This is a challenge to help us. Because, okay, talking about youth, about participation, taking some decisions that youth can participate, it is good. But I believe that the youth can prove their real value by giving us actions, proposals, concrete proposals on what we're going to do in the next 6 months. Thank you.
It's a good thing that we love a challenge, so thank you so much for that. I'm afraid that we're running out of the time. I will give the floor to our panel unless someone else wants to make a comment from the floor, but I don't believe so. Yes?
That's okay. I just have maybe 1 minute in total. So just as a background, Neil Muscat from the Youth Advisory Forum. I'm also an environmental manager and a bit older than Francesco, my colleague here, at 27 now. So basically, I just wanted to refer back to some comments about trust in democracy by youth. There's been some declining, and I believe more than one honorable panelist mentioned it. And basically, I would add that, and I have no political background whatsoever here as well, so please excuse my approach, but transparency. If I am a politician and I'm selling myself to the people, right? I want them to choose me, right? I need to be transparent about it a bit more than my average and daily life, right? I need to make sure that if I'm a product and I want to sell myself, then basically I need to provide everything I can to ensure that, listen, there is critical thinking. I can actually rationalize which product to choose, right? And that evens the playground to the point that, well, at least I believe, you end up promoting best practices, you end up promoting and having people in the right, having the right people in the spotlight. And yeah, if I may, also stakeholder engagement, not just at a national level, but even on a daily basis across different authorities. Stakeholder engagement should not be a checkbox. This is crucial on daily tasks. So if there is an authority out there at a local level, at a regional level, that is providing stakeholder engagement, but unless you visit their website, then you won't even know about it, like that there's something going on, then that's not enough, right? And yeah, I think I can stop there, and maybe, you know, as a final comment, we need to move away and shift away from accommodation politics, at least at a national level here, I believe so. There is more to offer than just at the individual level, but more on the common grounds, the common good. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I think we've been given a lot to think about and a lot to react to, and with that I will give the floor to our panelists for their concluding remarks, and then perhaps our Secretary General wants to make also some comments if she'd like. Miriam?
I mean, I would like to point out two things actually that came up also from the discussions, which struck me, and I also believe in them. One is that one thing is that Jorvin said, it's the intergenerational capacity and intergenerationality. I mean, I think, and it also ties in with what the President was saying. I mean, what's the concept of being young, you know, and who is young? And because I think we can be a success if we learn how to work together. I mean, and having the generations working really together, rather than, it can't be the young people alone, it can't be us adults or older people. I feel like I'm the grandma sometimes here, or all older people like us. It has to be together. I mean, we both have, young people have ideas, we have experience, putting them together in a thoughtful way can make this work. And I encourage really PACE to, I mean, you have already shown this, but to really make the youth perspective work. That would be one of the most achievements that ultimately at the end of the presidency we will also have. Thank you.
Real empowerment means giving young people not just a seat at the table, but actually that whenever they're speaking, their voice counts and it's powerful. We want that youth participation stops being seen as a tick in the box, but more that counts and that they're making a change. So please keep giving us a voice and giving us spaces to keep on working and being part of all these policy processes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be very quick. I would urge my colleagues to take bold steps, lower barriers, institutionalize youth advisory bodies. I can vouch for that from first-hand experience. Embed co-creation mechanisms in order to ensure that young people are truly part of the process. And also, and this is something Miriam always makes huge emphasis on, foster safe space for all youths.
I'll be probably very practical since it's the standing committee and it's usually either the chairs of the delegations or chairs of the groups, chairs of the committees. I think the practical outcome would be if the chairs of delegation would think whether do we have enough of young parliamentarians in our delegation to be represented in Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe. But also I think it's something to bring home to our own parties and how, you know, who we encourage to go into politics, who we help to be elected, to be included in the list, or to be encouraged to go to the constituencies. So I think that would be a quite practical outcome to see more young people also in the Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe taking decisions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all so much for being here. And before I give the floor to our Secretary General for her concluding remarks, I would like to say that the event was everything I hoped it would be. It had some really meaningful contributions. It had our young change makers at the heart of it, which was what I wanted all along. And I hope that you can take something away from this. I really hope that we can keep the dialogue going. I want the presidency to feel like it is all of ours. And I think that is the challenge that we will be taking from this. And this is also in remark to what our president just challenged us to do. So I really want this to feel like we can have a meaningful contribution to make sure that youth empowerment is not just something to tick off the box, but something that is our way of giving back to our society. And I think it is the best gift to give back to our society, putting young people at the very heart of it. So thank you all so much. And now over to our Secretary General for her concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Naomi. Really challenging to wrap up such an interesting discussion. Let me thank you in closing this roundtable, not only for your contributions, but mainly for the passion, the conviction, and the innovative ideas you brought in to the discussion, and hopefully we can bring them back home in Strasbourg with us. Democracy, as we were reminded today, is not an abstract concept. It is a lived experience built on trust, effort, and shared responsibility. And as our President of Assembly often reminds us, democracy may be old, but not old-fashioned. What stood out throughout this dialogue this afternoon, I feel, was that young people are not waiting to be invited. They are already there. They're sitting on the table. They are active. They are organizing, proposing, leading, redefining how democracy works and how power should be exercised. From all local initiatives to global movements, you are demonstrating, you, the youth, that democracy thrives in everyday action. You are not asking for a seat just to listen, but you are demanding to co-shape the agenda. And this is exactly what we try to do in the Parliamentary Assembly by creating the youth rapporteurs responsible for each committee, and Naomi is one of them, and by, for the first time, establishing a youth partnership mechanism. Now, the president of our assembly, Theodoros Rousopoulos, reminded us that the future will not wait. Artificial intelligence, disinformation, economic transition, these demand critical thinking, digital literacy, and inclusive education. Democratic resilience, thus, he said, depends on youth readiness. And I want to repeat the words of Pericles he quoted. Just because you do not take an interest in politics, this doesn't mean politics will not take an interest in you. And your speaker of the Maltese Parliament reminded us that empowerment must go beyond symbolic gestures. It's about genuine partnership and, above all, trust. Trust in youth, not only to speak but to lead, not later, but now. Several of you reminded us that this is already happening to some extent by bringing the voting age down to 16, a recommendation our Assembly had adopted a decade ago. Ensuring young people are elected to Parliament, embedding youth leadership in national policy processes. These are concrete steps. But we also heard that there is a call to reframe how we approach youth policy, not from a deficit point of view, from a problematic perspective, but asking what young people lack and what are their ideas, bringing their ideas, their networks, their innovation, their will to shape Europe's future. At the same time, again, I remember our president reminding that we shouldn't spoil the youth either. We should combine their dynamism with the experience of age. Today's conversation was not about only policies or reforms, it was also about how we listen. And for me, this is very important, how we communicate, how we include, and how we open up spaces as the participation becomes a real possibility, not a privilege. Let us be clear. Institutionalizing youth participation is a democratic imperative, but humanizing our politics is just as urgent. That means listening with empathy, leading with courage, and walking forward, not ahead of the youth, but beside the youth. Let us make seen, heard, and in charge more than today's title of our roundtable. Let it be a commitment we will bring back to Strasbourg to cooperate space, share responsibility, and build together Europe's future. Thank you very much for this opportunity and hosting us here.
Just one final comment. May I remind everyone that you are all invited to our reception, being very conveniently held just on the other side of those doors. You are all invited, and I hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you.